On behalf of the Legends of Hustling Misfits channel, I, the DM, Pog, apologize as the opening of Session 2 became corrupted, somehow while recording. What that means is the first little bit of the session is lost and unable to be recovered. While that is unfortunate, Rome wasn't built in a day to coin the phrase. Our very own Tempest Inferno works hard on these recordings and is our sole go-to guy for them. So far be it from me to do anything other than commend his efforts for all the dedication he puts into recording our sessions. With that said, I'm going to give a brief description so as to catch you, the viewer, up on what was lost. The rest of the session is still intact, fortunately, and what was lost was not too much. We began where we left off last session, as the Misfits of Lotsos, as we behind the scenes have begun to call them, entered Agnes Quill, mother to you Quill, who was the group's tank and self-proclaimed bad boy of the group's farm home. It was there that she served them cocoa and began asking you why he had come home. You Quill explained the situation about Honey, who he had impregnated. Agnes also took notice of Android, the half-elf personality and bard of the group's Ion Stone circling his head. Through a strange ritual involving a severed head that had been decaying for a long time by the looks of it, Agnes was able to determine that the Ion Stone protects from negative and chaotic energies. The fact that Agnes keeps a severed head in her kitchen cupboard tipped the group off that there's more than meets the eye to Agnes. After questioning from Shiva of the East, the group's half-elf Hexblade, she admitted that her real name used to be Baba Annis, and that she was once a powerful witch, but changed when she met Yu's father, so she changed her name. She soon kicked everyone outside to help her with the farm work, except Otis, who already went outside since Agnes offended him by mistaking the halfling cleric for a child in armor. Before leaving himself, Mindoc, the group's high elf, wizard, and troubled soul, made a trade with Agnes. He let her touch his eternally burning wizard staff for a vial of orphan tears. While she did, Agnes had a vision that caused her to cry blood, which she kicked Mindoc out of her home after giving him the tears. Outside, Otis Hirokin looked over the scrying glass eye he got from Groomsh's corpse. Touching it twice and almost losing his mind to its overpowering effects. While scrying, he saw that the orcs who once followed Groomsh were planning to attack the Wolf Lords, the elves who followed Corlon Lorethian, even though he died in the final battle with Groomsh. Yet they were forced to wait until they were strong again by their new chieftain and heir to the Groomsh bloodline. Otis would remember to keep an eye on them. Mindoc, conjuring an invisible cottage outside the farm home, went in to contemplate what had happened to Agnes Quill, aka Baba Annis, when she touched the staff. Though he couldn't be sure, he felt that ever since he agreed to wield his staff, known as the Heart of the Unknown, a mysterious outsider had gifted him powers of a warlock, promising to increase his powers as long as one day Mindoc would help his new patron accomplish his grand scheme. Whatever that grand scheme may be. So to this end, Mindoc felt that maybe, just maybe, Agnes, with her abilities, was able to see the true face of his patron. Out back, Quill began working on fixing up his forge, while the others helped Agnes farm. He is met by his mother, who earlier had began smelling honey, asking her questions about the baby, declaring that she was 3 months pregnant. Honey, however, exclaimed that there was no way she could be, which she would be right by normal standards. Realizing something to be amiss, Agnes brushed it off as a mistake on her own part and said Honey was right and she was wrong. Yet Agnes, now concerned, began questioning you in his forge to drill him and began drilling him about the actual details of Honey's pregnancy. And that is where our audio picks up. I hope you enjoy. Uquill, the human slayer, dragon shaman, and self-proclaimed bad boy of the group, is played by the Dragons. Shiva of the East, the enigmatic half-elf and hexblade duskblade of the group, is played by Enclave Officer. Yoshi Lorethian, daughter of Corlon Lorethian, and the group's druid, is played by Midnight Sky. Android, the half-elf bard paladin and the group's cult of personality, is played by Ness. Otis Hirokin, the cleric favored soul, who's the group's archetypical hero with the little man syndrome, is played by Tempest Inferno, who also works hard to bring you, the viewer, this content. Mindok, the half-elf wizard warlock, who serves to be so emotionless he might be the group's true end villain, is played by Vanta. Tyrone Haybad, the human ranger rogue, who what you see is what you get with him because he don't care what you think, is played by Arkarin. But Arkarin had to work that night, so he couldn't join us. Finally, I'm Pod, the DM, and I hope you enjoy the rest of the session. We'll see you next week in Loxos.
I don't know. Shit happens? Question mark.
Says, well, where did you find her? What is the circumstances surrounding the child?
Here's what I know. I got drunk. We did the shit. I seen her a couple days later. We didn't really talk. She went with some dick pickle. Disappeared. Seen him again with my homeboys. He was jamming. He pissed him off. We went, she looked so happy. So then we went and found her ass. And, he was really upset that she was having a kid that supposed it was his or some shit like that. I don't fucking know. And she was like, no, it's your baby. And I'm like, how the fuck we know? Because her line of work, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, well, fuck. But this bitch is in trouble, so fuck it. Let me just punch this dude in the face. We did that. And this is where we're at.
Excuse me?
She says, okay, so from what I gathered from all of that, she says, this dick pickle, as you called him, tell me about him. Was there anything special about him?
He was an elf? Question mark? There was something else that was relevant, but the alcohol's got to me. I know he got pissed off when our bard finessed him. Didn't they have some he's looking like Android's supposed to be there? It's like, didn't they have some I think they had some bitches that were trying to seduce me too, and then homeboy's music brought me back. Something like that. Something like that.
That's right.
Music, women seducing, sounds like fae of some sort. Maybe an elf.
Oh yeah.
Possible.
Maybe it's an elf, but I don't think so. I don't hear much about elves doing these kinds of things. She says, I'm going to have to go to my books and research it. But mark my words.
On the meta side of that, that's when we went into, before we left to go, we were in the wilds whenever that happened.
You went into the Feywild. Yeah, that's when you guys met the Bakshay in the Feywild. Yeah.
Okay. I somewhat forgot.
Bro.
It's been a while.
Yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I didn't expect you, Quill, to really remember it too well anyway. This is going exactly how this conversation should be going.
Exactly.
Yes.
No, but as a player, I remember that, but I was like, man, Yuko was fucking fucked up that whole time though. You remember because he got, She
goes, well, mark my words. I'm going to have to go and look through my Fey lore and find out whatever they did to her while she was impregnated with your child. They did something because that boy is touched. He's plain touched, as they call it.
Oh, joy.
Something happened to him.
That boy's plain touched now.
As such.
He was touched by a dragon.
As such.
Of
the touch.
Yeehaw!
As such of the touch.
I used to could. But,
bruh!
yeah. Says, it would be best if you left her here with me and left the boy under my special kind of care.
I mean, I kind of had planned to because, like, recently we've been on some, like, extra special shit, and I can't keep watching her.
Screwed up shit.
Yeah. And, like, not that I care too much, but she gonna probably die. She stay around my ass much longer.
Says, well, good. Then it's agreed. Says, and besides, there'd be nothing wrong with leaving the boy with me. I mean, you survived, and look, you grew up to be a strong...
Degenerate?
Well,
Yeah.
you're strong. He says, well, you're strong. And that's what's important.
Yeah. You could.
I can already see it. He's gonna Anakin Skywalker that young lady.
You were supposed to be the chosen one.
She's like, what?
You were supposed to destroy the Sith, not join them, not become one.
Yeah.
Okay, I love you too. Can you
are supposed to bring balance to the force.
So.
No, she says, in all actuality, you've done good, boy. Done good. And she starts to leave you to work on your forge some more. And before she exits, she stops at the door and then turns around and looks at you and goes, before I forget, your elf friend, the one with the eternally burning staff.
Oh yeah, the one that dies a lot. Yeah.
Watch him.
I mean, that's how I got the Chimera.
Says, no. I mean, really, watch him. I don't think he's even aware of what all he's involved in. Not just yet.
Huh. Okay.
Says, whether that boy realizes it or not.
So, are you saying I'm gonna have to kill him, or just like keep him from doing something really stupid? Which one?
Because that's up to you, really. It depends on what he does.
Fair enough.
Because I saw the world. I saw all of Loxos burning.
I see the moon sees.
She's like, and I heard a voice. Voice I haven't heard in a long time. Something long forgotten. Something ancient.
An old friend of yours? He says that with all excessive sarcasm.
Possibly. She goes, I'm going to have to look through my books to figure that one out as well.
Always love coming home.
Says,
This seems like a great moment for me to figure out where Uquill is.
okay.
It's the perfect moment.
You continue on. So she exits, and Uquill, you continue working on your forge, getting it set together. Maybe half-heartedly thinking on what she's told you so far.
Yeah.
I would like to think that what she said about Mind Doc, you're just kind of like, well, yeah, I know I may have to kill him, so
Yeah,
that
like,
one.
Uquill's in the mindset of, like, you know, he's been around a wizard or sorcerers before. He's like, you know, they're in odd lives. There you go. That's what I'm looking for.
But I'm going to say that I think she told you about your son, though.
Uh-huh.
Regardless of yourself, that one kind of sticks.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of hits in there and sticks. Now you're kind of wondering, well, what the crap? You might even really, I mean, it's really up to you. I'm going to give you the option to roll an intelligence check.
Uh-huh.
No, we'll say a wisdom check.
Uh-huh.
And see if you can remember just exactly what the heck happened there, like when you were in the Feywild. Just try and recall it a little bit more. If you want. It's up to you. It's up to you. Well, I figure your wisdom is better than your intelligence.
Actually, no.
It's not?
No.
Oh, well, shoot. Well, okay. Your choice, wisdom or intelligence. It's up to
No.
you.
Okay, so we're gonna go with this. It's not a ton better.
Yeah, you feel it both ways. Anyway,
It's not a ton better.
So-
he's out here swinging long dick style. He don't use the brain.
yeah, so you think it through and you're just like, dang, I can't remember. Like,
For the
best
life
you
of
can-
me.
what you do remember is that you remember
I like this
Yeah.
a lot, and then it's just like real fuzzy what happened after that.
the one thing that you do remember is whoever they were, they really did have a huge interest in your child. They had something invested in him.
Yeah, I mean, I
Yeah,
figured that
really.
that would be like the thing that would stick with him is like, you know, why the fuck you trying to like? You remember I remember that he has something that would like stuck with you, cool. Like he's like you will, you know, he's kind of like making like low key threats, like we're coming back, you know. And like, even though Yuko's a fucking like Chauncey that forgets shit, which he's an alcoholic, like he's gonna remember that shit. Like that motherfucker really did try to say he's gonna come whoop my, you know, type of shit.
Yeah, and that's really what stuck with you is the fact that they didn't necessarily give up, but there was a invested interest in your kid. So you can't really remember what they were all about, what they do, but you do remember that they did have an invested interest in your child. And that obviously has something to do with their, you know, with whatever it is your mother has picked up on them.
Fair enough.
So,
It's the Antichrist.
Possible.
so you guys,
Like I said, y'all still don't know a lot of things about this motherfucker.
Mind Doc, were you
Or her.
really looking for? Were you really looking for you, Quill?
Yeah.
Okay, so you go wandering around for a little bit, and eventually you come up to, you know, this forge, and you're watching as Shiva's over there making the tools dance and do all this stuff. You're watching Android, and Tyrone, and Lars out there harvesting corn and wheat and stuff. You're watching as Yoshi,
Wait,
like,
Lars is out there?
oh yeah, Lars is there. Yeah, he's out there just working. He's been quiet this whole time. He's just been observing
That's why I
everything.
didn't realize he was there.
Well, you got to remember, he's a hate bad. You don't necessarily always have input. You know, sometimes he's just content just to sit there and watch.
Oh, does
You know.
Otis find him and join them, or
Sure. If you want. Yeah, so Otis, eventually you come along and you see him out there working, and Annis looks at you and says, "Oh, it's you, the halfling." He
yeah,
goes, "I'm sorry about thinking you were a child. I'm not used to seeing halflings, you know, where I'm from and everything."
Yeah, they die.
it's
Those,
okay.
Goes, go ahead and grab you a pitchfork over there and help them harvest that wheat.
Otis just gonna look at the pitchfork, like,
It's twice the size.
yeah, it's like twice my size.
He says, She goes, "It's not size of the combatant.
It's the size of the combatant in the size? What?
It's not the size of the combatant. It's who's ever the smartest. Don't let the tool work you. You work the tool."
Okay, just because I want
It's
to do
turning
this, he's gonna
into
go grab
something
the
from Lazarus or
pitchfork and
something.
use a strength check to see if he can even move it. Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it. So you go pulling out the pitchfork, and I don't know, son. You pull out the pitchfork, and you realize that it's not really heavy as much as it's just odd. You know, it's awkward because the handle of it is longer than you are. So, like,
Was it,
You know.
I think it's called the pole vault, where they're in the sport where they're running and they kind of like.
yeah,
You know what I
yeah.
mean?
Basically, if you go to pitchfork something, it's gonna like pole vault you, kind of. Yeah,
Can we just?
you go to.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that just cause.
All right. So you don't have to roll nothing for that. I'm just gonna let that happen. Yeah.
Pole vaulting the goddamn
So
pitchfork.
you stab the pitchfork into the ground and it kind of pole vaults you over and you just onto the other side of it. She goes, huh? Says it seems like the shaft of that is longer than your entire body. Says I wonder what you could do about that. She says, figure it out. Impress me, little halfling.
He pulls out his sword and hacks most of it off.
Yeah. You start chopping the shaft till it's manageable in your hands. And she just smiles and she says, now see? See? That's clever. After that, it's just perfect in your hand. But while she's watching you and everything, she's sitting there next to Yoshi, teaching Yoshi how to, manage tomatoes and things like that,
Tomato.
Yeah. She's just like, no, dear. You're not doing it right. She goes, look. She crouches down next to you, Yoshi, and she says, look. Kind of looks you over and she goes, you're one of those little forest hippies or one of those little nature lovers. I can tell because all I smell when I look at you when I'm near you is earth or land, not earth. We're not on earth. All I smell on you is land and nature. So
And dog. Lots of
when you
dog.
yeah, because when you harvest these vegetables, treat them as your friends because they are. They'll respond to you because they don't personally like me, but I guarantee if you get to whistling at them, you bottle that up, it'll be sweeter than cocoa.
Yoshi's just gonna smile at her.
Good girl.
Anyone else by Baba Anus? Because I sure as heck am.
Yeah, you're kind of supposed to be.
He's like the wicked aunt. It's like legit having a evil stepmother or step grandmother. Only deal is that she's not actually evil for you, and you get wicked Christmas presents. You know.
I think she's cool.
Have no idea.
As this is going on, she
I'm
points.
still waiting.
I like
Ask the
her.
right questions. That's all I'm doing. I'm waiting.
She comes walking over to the rest of like where Tyrone and Lars and Android are harvesting and stuff, and she's like, "Y'all are doing good. Y'all are doing good." She points at Otis and she goes, "Well, him and that invisible guy already have the harvesting taken care of." And she looks at Lars and she says, "Have you ever done any ranching before?" Just like ranching.
Ranching.
Yeah, like
Ranching.
Dude,
ranching.
I
Because-
own a
Ranching.
so yeah,
You know what ranching is?
I raise limousine cattle. Yeah.
Yeah.
Ranching. Lars just looks at her and goes, "Ma'am." She's like, "Good. I want you to go and herd some of these cattle back into their pens and some of my other livestock out here that just like to run around and pee and crap everywhere." She looks at Android and she goes, "And take him with you."
Okay.
You're gonna be besties.
Lars looks at you, Android, and goes, "Oh, good." He's like, "You got any horses?" She's like, "Yeah, they're in the stable." He goes, Come on, musician. You rock star, you. Let's go ride us some horses."
I can ride an eagle. I'm sure I can ride a horse.
Take my horse to the
As a matter of fact, I've ridden a horse before, I'm sure.
He goes, "Yeah, well, the eagle actually likes you. The horse may not."
True.
So he comes walking up to the horse and he opens up
Most
the,
things don't.
Yeah, he looks at you, Android, and he, like the horse that you're sizing up and everything is looking at you real weary-eyed.
Like,
I need
this
you to
motherfucker really puts
roll a
time.
handle animal.
Alright, give me 1 sec.
Okay.
That motherfucker must have lost his mind. I think he gonna put his boot in my ass.
I'm gonna say I need you to higher than a 15 or 15 or higher is the DC for that.
Aw.
Did you roll it?
No, not yet. I'm still working
okay.
for it.
I'm just making sure because earlier when Mind Docs rolled, it didn't show up.
Nice.
Nice,
You
yeah.
know what's funny about that?
Is that your
My
handle
handle
animal is trash?
It's literally a 4. Like, I have literally no ranks in it. Because I don't
Well,
technically have the skill.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
your
I know.
charisma's hella good though.
Yeah. So it helped. I knew that your ranks would be low, but your charisma's good, so I said 15 on the DC. I knew you could beat a
Right,
15.
my
A
charisma
would be tough.
is pretty
Yeah.
dang good.
So you how do you explain to me how you convinced this horse to
Smack his ass! Smack his ass! Smack his ass!
Okay,
yeah.
I'm gonna say that after watching how the horse approaches other things when it's studying it, that Android just kind of picks up on the fact that he needs to, like, approach it in increments, walking back and forth. You know what I mean? So that the horse isn't necessarily spooked by him getting closer and closer, because it looks like he's just kind of minding his own business type thing, you know?
Uh-huh.
And then he lets the horse, he, like, waits a second, like, he doesn't try to touch the horse, like, until the horse bows its head, you know, towards him to try and, like, size him up, you know? He lets the horse gain trust of him first before he tries to, like,
He's letting the horse lead the way.
touch on it. Yeah.
Yeah. So you do that, and eventually the horse lets you pet it. And while you're standing there petting it, you see Lars already on top of the horse, his horse, looking down at you, and he goes, "Huh. Well, you're halfway there. Is you gonna ride that thing, or you just gonna sit there making out with it all night?"
Well, it is a pretty lady. You want me to roll a ride?
Yes, you're gonna have to roll a ride. We'll say the DC for that is 15 as well. Although I'm pretty sure your ride check is higher.
And it's not.
Oh,
It's
really?
exactly the same.
Oh, nice. So you mount on top of the horse. You get up on the horse and you begin trotting on it. And he goes, "All right." He goes, "Let's go herd us some cattle." And
It's like the beginning of Red Dead Redemption.
yeah,
I was getting ready to say Brokeback Mountain, but that's just me.
yeah. I think
Well,
that
I'm
is
not
just
gay.
I said, you can live out your fantasy here. We won't judge you. But,
Yeah. We won't judge you,
But we're gonna talk
but all
shit.
the smack talking we want you to know that all the smack talking won't be judgmental. It'll
Not
just be
judgmental.
Yeah,
smack
we just talk. Yeah, we just like talk.
We
shit.
just talk trash. Yes, that's how
I mean,
we
you
get
like-
along.
if you like to
Right
have-
that this is going because you're sitting there talking. He mounts the horse.
I'm just saying,
Oh,
like,
I'll
you like,
mount
to have
it.
your, you like to have your pipes clean. We're all about that. we're cool with it. Just, you know.
Where I come from, we call that barrel breaking.
This motherfucker.
Fuck's sake.
Anyways, so because you got to get on a barrel. Anyways,
We
So you-
literally have an expression.
you and Lars
Bend
right off
them
the
over
go.
the barrel. Like,
Yeah.
I got bent over the barrel. That's a literal expression in Texas.
Yeah.
You guys go riding off to go herd some cattle. Now, Mindoc, you go wandering around for a little while. So you come to what you think must be the forge, and you know it's got to be the forge because you, Quill, by this point has cleaned up enough, and he's got a nice fire starting to go inside the kiln. inside the forge itself, it's not really a kiln because that's more for pottery, but inside the forge itself, it's not hot enough yet to start making equipment yet. It's more or less he's just testing to see how well it works, because he's sitting there with the little, what are those things called? You know,
Tongs?
little, huh?
Tongs?
No, the little tutors, you know, you squeeze them to blow oxygen into the fire to feed it.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I call it a little tutor, but you're not doing that.
Yeah, I know what you're talking
Tutor.
Yeah.
Your first example was bad. Because I was like, what the fuck? Tutor? Like,
Tutor. What am I in there getting high right now?
Yeah, what the fuck is going on here, bro?
No, you got that little bag thing, and you're squeezing it.
Yeah,
to blow
it's
fire
like to
onto it.
like stoke the flame type
Yeah,
thing.
I used to know what it was called, but I can't
Yeah,
remember
I
what they're
can't think
called
of
now.
what they're called either.
It's on the tip of my tongue. I just can't think of.
So,
But anyway, so you're sitting there stoking the fire, and Mind Doc walks in. So you guys tell me how
Hello,
that
you
plays
Quill.
out.
You just walk in a little, hey, Yuko?
Yep.
Very puzzled. What's up?
I heard you mention the forge earlier. I see you working it now.
Yeah.
I just kind of pull out the like weird twisty punch dagger mechanism that Android gave me that's sort of broken. I just sort of hold it out. Do you
Oh,
think
the
you can
punching
fix
dagger.
this? Yeah.
Possibly? Would I need
I
to roll
really-
like a praise to see if it's manageable for me to fix, or like what I need to fix it?
Well, okay, so
You determine. You're the DM. Not me.
you have, yeah, I was gonna see, you don't have, as a feat, you don't have the, like, craft, like, as a skill, do you have the profession of that?
Of weaponsmithing, yes.
Okay, just making sure. I'm gonna say
I've
that,
tanked a lot of ranks into it.
okay, I believe you. Because I'm such a trusting DM. So you get to looking over this punching dagger, and you realize that there is actually schematics, a piece of parchment kind of tucked into a mechanism. See that there's schematics on there that you can literally. It was specially made
Uh-huh.
to where when you're holding the punching dagger, it's got where your hand goes on the punching dagger, it's got a lever on there that if you pull down on that lever while you're punching, the dagger itself will open up, split in half, and spin on your own momentum. Think of it as a sub-automatic machine gun. You know, it only pops as fast as your finger can pull the trigger.
Yeah.
It's basically that same thing. However fast you can flick that lever with your fist, with your hand, your fingers on inside there, is going to determine how fast that thing spins. But it spreads apart and spins almost with an extra, much more slender dagger hidden in the center of it to open up, spin, and pretty much almost act like as a drill, you know, in a drilling mechanism. You can sit there and just you punch somebody in the gut with that and do that mechanism, you're basically gonna just whirlwind their insides, you know. You'll turn their gut to mush, you know.
Alright.
Now you notice that not much has been done to this, but you notice that there is scoring down the center of the blade already, and you can see that the handle has been set up to be able to do this, but that the blade still needs to be separated to make the slender blade in the center, and the handle itself, the mechanism needs to be attached. So, what is your total rank in, like, what is your total for weaponsmithing?
Let me get back to my computer. Hold on.
Okay.
Just checking on my pizza.
On my pizza. Pizza time.
Alright, let's see. Okay, who the fuck is that?
Total is 10.
Total is 10.
Yeah.
30.
Somehow,
Yeah.
I've been slowly working it up, like 2 points every rank up.
Well, you roll this. I'm gonna say you need to beat a 25 to be able to figure out exactly how to craft this weapon, because your total could be 30. All together. So 25. It's hard because this is an exotic weapon, and you're still like kind of a novice when it comes to just crafting a sword.
Yeah.
But you feel fairly confident that you could figure this out.
Fair enough.
Go ahead and roll a 25. But this is going to work in increments where it's not just a total failure anyways. This may just work either you'll pick it up right away, or you're just going to be studying it and learning it.
Oh. Oh, God.
Ooh.
That's rough.
All right. So, you get to looking at it, and you start on the you actually start on the handle mechanism first, and you see a spit out of it, and you're like, oh shoot. Pretty sure it wasn't supposed to do that. So you figure I'll work on actually separating the blade part first, and then figure out how to make the actual mechanism turn and pop open and spin,
Yeah.
is what you'll do. Go ahead and roll another weaponsmithing, and we're going to say that the total for that is a 15, because that's a little bit easier as far as it's more metalworking than it is tinkering the weapon.
You say we're not going to use my normal practice of just hit it with a hammer? Son of a bitch!
Elbow drop it. Oh yeah, the macho man. Step again.
Bitches.
Right on the money.
Fucking hit that shit right on the mid zone.
Yeah. So you're like, oh, okay, oh darn. So you get to looking at the metal, and you're like, but I could break this apart. I could actually get this to work. So you start heating the metal, cooling it, heating it, cooling it to harden it a little bit. But while you're doing that, every time you heat it up, you take a little scoring tool and you cut deeper into the metal. And you cut it in such a way that it makes the centerpiece where it's at a little bit more profound and slender. And you keep doing that to make it, change its composition. The more you heat metal and then cool it quickly, the stronger it becomes. So eventually you've cut through the entire side of it to where it's, now you can grab it and you realize, oh, it'll open now that you've got it broken apart like that. And you take your hand and you kind of clap it. You're like, as you're watching the two sides of the blade slap against the slender piece of metal.
Oh, I'm smacking that ass.
Yeah, you're just like holding it in your hand. Now you realize that it's not going to stay closed now because the handle mechanism is still loose on it. So it just naturally wants to open up on its own. Just both sides of it just wants to flop open on either side. But you made it that far, and you try turning it to see if the whirlwind mechanism is working on it, but it's not. It feels tight. So you realize something needs to be done about that and the handle, so it'll hold taut. That's we're gonna leave it at that for now. You're gonna have to contemplate that a little bit harder because you bombed that first check. But yeah, he presents that to you, Mind Doc, what he's got done so far.
Nice.
Yeah,
That's what I say.
it's a little not of your standard variety weaponry.
It did look strange.
In time, yeah, I could probably get it to where it's gonna work how it should.
In that case, can I leave it with you for now?
Fair enough. It's like actually I could maybe take some components that I learned from this to work on my own personal project.
Glad it was useful to you.
Me too.
Kind of like wave at him and then leave.
You cool? Just kind of shrugs him. Cool.
Most awkward wave ever.
Yeah.
It's mine, though. You expect.
That's our mind, Doc. Okay, so night eventually comes and everybody does their chores and everything. And with a little bit of ingenuity and help, you guys managed to get most of this taken care of. Sure, some of these crops died, but it couldn't be helped. That's what the season of the white moon does. It just, or as Uquill knows it, the time of pain.
Yay!
Or as my dog knows it, the white solstice. Yeah, the time of pain because things die in the winter. Where he's from, they know what it is.
I'm just making sure.
Yeah, the time of pain, yeah. So you all end up back in there, and it's been a cold day. Everybody's back inside, kind of shivering and everything, and Annis looks at all of you and says, "Bet y'all want that cocoa now, huh? Bet y'all would like some of that cocoa, huh?" She says this.
Yeah, it's cold.
Yes.
She starts pouring the cocoa for everybody. She's like, "Y'all were a big help to me today. I appreciate it so much."
Thank you for the cocoa.
Says you're welcome. So where will y'all be heading tomorrow? I figure you're not just coming here to stay.
We're headed back to the Cudgel.
Oh, okay. Reporting back to your superiors.
Something like that.
Something like that.
She rubs her chin and says, If it be at all within your wisdom," and then she kind of stops and goes, "Forget all that fancy speech. It would be prudent if you neglected to mention the fact that I made things out of a dead severed head in my cupboard."
I had no intention of mentioning
Or
it.
is he still working?
Sounds irrelevant information to me.
Is who still working?
Is Uquill still working, or is he?
If he wants to be. If he wants to be.
Yeah. I have my projects I need to work on.
Okay.
Fuck you, school, or fuck my dog's thing at the moment. I'll work on that another
Right.
day.
All right, we'll get to that in a minute.
Hey.
We'll get to that then in a minute.
Yeah, I'm just gonna say, Android's like, yeah, I don't know why it would matter in what we are reporting to them on anyway.
Well, you got to understand, they're pious, and some of this stuff is.
Well, sure, but our business was with Coralon Morethian. I have no intention of bringing this up.
It's very good, very good. I appreciate the discrepancy. No, the discreetness, not discreet. Yeah, my bad. The discreet.
Discretion.
Yes.
It's gonna be
Discretion.
It's gonna be a lot of discretion in our report.
That's the word. What is that, Todd Berry? The pretentious and the word. No, pretentious and something else. He's like pretentious. That's the word you're looking. Anyways.
Oh yeah.
You know what I'm talking about? It's so
I do know
funny.
what you're talking about.
It's so funny. I can't remember what the first word is though, and he's like, "Whoa." Thinking that I want a coffee. I'm just here in the coffee shop to use your Wi-Fi. Also, that wax on your mustache there, that's really pretentious of you. Yeah, that's the word you're looking for.
Maybe it was promiscuous.
It wasn't
No,
promiscuous. It was
it can't be, huh? I don't know. I don't
no.
remember what it is. I know what you're talking about, though. That's the end of
Yeah,
it.
I'll think of it later. Anyways, doesn't matter. So, she says, "You all are welcome to stay here for the night, and in the morning move on, if you so choose. Because I don't have a way of transporting any of you. Because to the south, you'll find if you go due west from here, you'll hit a road, and if you follow that road, it'll eventually take you to the train tracks, and from there you can walk your way to a train station, a steam wagon. Get you a steam wagon from there, or you can travel however you want. It doesn't matter."
Well, okie dokie.
Solar looks at you, Android, and says, "I can carry us."
Think what?
How did you get in the house?
Solar looks at you and says, "I can carry us." Says,
Okay.
"Yeah, the griffin can fly. Three-headed beast can fly. Because the only added weight will be Tala, and I've carried her before, so that won't be a big issue."
Well, alright. Mind Dot can fly himself.
Exactly. I've thought it through, and I realize I actually have less weight now than I did originally, so earlier when I said I couldn't take you, I just hadn't done the math yet.
No problem.
As well, I'm gonna go perch over here, and he kind of then whispers in your ear, and he says, "And between you and me, I'm gonna spend the night watching her door."
Okay. Affirmative. Copy that.
It's all right. She says, "I've only got the one loft up there, and that's used room." Says, "But the rest of you are more than welcome to just sprawl out here and sleep wherever you can find a comfortable place." That she stands up and kind of and stretches and cracks her back. All these old bones. She walks to her room and opens up the door and turns around. As she opens up the door, you get just a slight glimpse into a room, and you think you see something glowing inside there, but you can't be for sure what it is. Looks like it's glowing like blue flame or something, and she walks in there and shuts the door.
Weird.
You, Quill, what are you working on?
That thing I told you about in the Discord a while back.
Oh crap! Hold on, let me go back to my notes.
Oh shit.
How far back was it? You remember?
It's been a grip. I messaged you. Hold on.
All right, that probably worked.
Yeah, we haven't talked about it like in Discord a minute. I remember we talked about it when you called me that last time.
Yeah, it's been a while though. I remember, and like we just haven't had a chance to be here to do it. Is the thing. You know, with all things, you just got to be in the right place at the right time to set it up.
I'll send it to you.
Oh, that's right. That's right. Now, do you
Now-
want that to be able to still allow you to climb with it as well?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right, let's work on the hook part of that first.
No. Because the way I imagine it was kind of like, almost like, you know how a harpoon works? Like it'll like,
Yeah. Oh yeah,
it'll
I
shoot
got
open,
you.
you know? Yeah.
It's basically gonna look like a harpoon. It'll have the harpoon in the center of the actual grappling, the 4 grappling curved hooks on all 4 sides of it.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? So you can either use it to fire directly at something, or you can use it to fire to like hit a, grapple a wall or a tree or something to,
Well.
So yeah. So let me think. That's not extremely fancy. The hardest part's going to be just the actual
Making of the
firing and all that. Yeah.
mechanism.
So
shit,
the hook part of it will say a 15, DC 15.
yeah.
Ooh.
I forgot, like, is it like 10 over for you to hit like masterwork status? I can't remember. How are you going to do that? Just for future reference, not now.
Special plating, special plates.
Okay, so I got to go get some shit.
Because I do like special casts, because masterwork, depending on how fancy the cast, instead of it just being a +1 masterwork and that's it, you can get it to like +5.
Okay.
Yeah, depending on what kind of cast you have for it, how fine the cast is, and how good of a blacksmith you are. You know what I'm saying? So yeah, because I'm kind of stingy with magical items in that sense.
Yeah.
I said I'm gonna make it to where they can masterwork their weaponry and make it better.
So is that something I'm going to be able to do with weaponsmithing, and I'm going to have to take up blacksmithing as well?
Well, isn't weaponsmithing and no, because craft is just weaponsmithing. Blacksmithing is the profession, isn't it?
No.
I believe, ain't it?
Fuck, I can't remember, dude. Like, there's so much shit when it comes
Yeah,
to that.
because I think I remember craft is weaponsmithing. Blacksmithing is no, blacksmithing's armor.
Yeah.
Yeah, so no, you won't have, if you're only masterworking a weapon, you can have weaponsmithing and do it. If you're masterworking armor, you'll have to have blacksmith.
Yeah, no, I wasn't gonna worry about armor until like maybe a later date.
Yeah. So no, you'll just have to take up, you'll just have to be a higher level at weaponsmithing to get the masterwork, because you don't have any masterwork casts anywhere to do that with. You know what I'm saying?
No.
As it stands right now, you're kind of just doing this like you're basically picking up shards of metal, like ingots, if you will, and forging them and heating them and smashing them and shaping them the way you want, and then heating them again and basically welding them together through just the heat of melting them to where you're just
Forge is the word you're looking for.
yes, putting them together in that sense how you want it, and taking special tools to, as you heat the metal, you're cutting pieces of the metal off so you can get it more narrow. So eventually what it turns out to be is a rod that at the end of it you have a spike with grapple hooks, 4 grapple hooks coming out. And think of it as a flower, if you will. It looks sort of like a flower, only with the petals drooping on either side, on all 4 sides of it, and in the center you have the bud, which is just a spike of death. And it's a fairly decent little rod you got there.
That's what she said.
yeah. Now you've got to figure out how to combine that with. Well, now you're going to have to forge the gauntlet and figure out how you're going to make that sit in the gauntlet without it being too encumbersome to your hand.
Mhm.
Like it's going to have to figure out how they're going to have to figure out how to have that symbiote relationship, so you don't. So when you're using the gauntlet, you don't just have this grapple hook. So you didn't make it too big either. I mean, it's not huge. Big old grapple hook. You made it fairly small, so it doesn't take up a lot of space.
Yeah.
So you can begin forging the gauntlet right now if you want. I'm going to say the DC is still 15 because it's just a regular gauntlet. Oh, shoot. No. You're going to have to take up blacksmithing. A gauntlet's a piece of armor.
Oh, fair enough.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. I hate to be that guy.
No,
I
you're
hate
good.
to be that guy.
So,
But you got the hook ready to go. Yeah, you got the hook ready to go.
fair enough. I know what else
So what
we
would-
can tell.
Yeah. What would you like to do with that hook? You want to keep it or hang it up? Come back to it as a later project, or what do you want to?
Later project.
Okay, so you look at it, and it is fine craftsmanship. You know, it reminds you of the days when you used to watch your father make his own weapons, being a slayer as well in the armies. Ooh, what was that army called? Believe it or not, I have an army name for that. Well, you know. Yep. So, working for the Cursed Triad as a slayer, you know, in the Andes Dulai army. You remember how it was basically it wasn't like this was a well-funded army. I mean, the Cursed Triad aren't poor people. These aren't poor Dampiers, if you will. But they just they figured if you're a warrior in our army, you should know how to fix your own armor, sew your own clothing, forge your own weapons, type of thing.
Don't be no bitch.
Yeah. It was straight up communism, is what it is. And
So it's basically like the ancient Muslim armies.
yeah, or like the Knights Templar, if you will. You know, the Knights Templar in the beginning were expected to know how to, because they weren't. In the beginning, the Knights Templar were not expected to take any kind of reward for their actions. Everything they ate, where they slept, everything was left up to them to figure out how to do.
Up until where they fell, because a lot of people gave them land.
Up until they got rich, up until the French took over. So they you remember this about your father though, and you think to yourself for a slight moment there, you think if your father would see this right now, he would actually be kind of proud of this. Maybe a slight minute there. It's completely up to you. Maybe you have a moment. You know, you have one of those Hallmark moments with yourself, but not at all.
He just passes gas.
Yeah, before that Hallmark moment can happen, you also remember that your father was the type that would have teased you for having this kind of moment as well.
Yeah. I would have got punched in the forehead.
So you hang it up on your rack, and next time, baby, you know, your roadie from Iron Man 1, you're just like, next time. So, where do you go from there? Do you go back into the house and go to sleep, or what do you do?
I'll whack off in my woodshed, nigga. What you think?
Okay. So, Will is currently beaten off. Is there anything else anybody else wants to do?
So anyway, Otis can talk to his mom. I know that she went to her room, but
I don't know. I don't think that's actually his mom.
well,
Ask her.
Yeah, Otis, you can go knock at her door.
I'm just saying.
okay.
It's one
I'll
way to
go
find
do
out.
just that.
So you come walking up to her door and you kind of knock on. Well, you don't kinda. You do. You knock. You gently go a rapping on her door, on her chamber door.
Yeah, hey, old bitch, let me out of the death. I got something to say to you.
Anyways, oh, you see the door open up a crack, and she looks out. She's looking straight ahead, and she looks confused for a moment, and then looks down and goes, "Oh, yeah." She goes, "I gotta remember." She goes, "What can I do for you, young man?"
I was wondering if you could look at something for me.
She says, "Sure. What do you got?"
Pull out the eye.
So as you pull up the eye, and I'm guessing you uncover it so she can see it.
No, I just leave it in the cloth.
Oh, you do?
No, I uncover it.
Oh, okay. Yeah. She looks it over for a minute and goes, "Interesting." Kind of smells the air. She goes, "Heavy. She goes, "1 second." Shuts the door. You hear her kind of clang around in there for a minute. And then she opens up the door. And she goes, "Come on in. Come on in." And as you come in, you notice that there's a cloth covering something. Like, it looks like an orb-shaped something. But the cloth is covering it. And she just looks at you and she goes, "Don't you mind that. That's not for you."
Okay, promise. No, I won't touch anything.
Yeah, I mean, she's got drapes on the wall and stuff. Like, you could tell that she spent a few minutes, like, covering certain things up and stuff. So her room looks pretty modest with everything just kind of hidden from sight. Says, "Okay, set it on the bed."
Okay, he does just that.
Wait, they're doing what?
Don't you worry about it.
He's about to get started by a crazy old lady.
She reaches down and touches it.
It's like, oh, wait.
Oh no!
Yeah.
And there goes Otis. He pops.
She touches it for a minute and just kind of smiles and then pulls away like it's nothing and just kind of, and then reaches down and picks it up and, like, tosses it around in her hand. She goes, "Huh, that's a scrying eyeball, isn't it?"
I
like
don't
just-
know. That's what I was hoping you could tell me. I mean, I'll tell her what I saw when I touched it. Like, I touched it twice and it linked me to basically the same thing.
Didn't
Not the same
Android
orb.
tell him that it was a scrying eye?
I don't remember
Android
telling me
did,
that.
but yeah, I
Pretty
think
sure he
Android.
did.
Yeah,
Oh, did
Android
you?
did.
Okay.
He said you can use it to scry, but I mean, we could say that Otis just doesn't really understand what that meant. You know,
That he has a short attention
Android.
span.
Yeah, because Android's bardic knowledge. Android knows about scrying, but
We'll just say
all
that
he said was
Otis
it's a
forgot.
scrying eye, and Otis is just, "Oh yeah, scrying. Yeah, cool." You know, that's not a well, I mean, because that's not a typical thing that clerics do. They're not scryers. You know.
Right.
I think they can get the spell, but I'm not sure. But it's not a typical thing that you see a lot of clerics doing. You know.
And
You find a cleric-
like you fucking bards.
Yeah, if you find a cleric who uses scrying, odds are he's also a wizard or a sorcerer or something.
Mhm.
But yeah, she goes, "So," and she sets it back down on the bed and kind of spins it on the bed and it starts spinning around. She goes, "So with that," she goes, there's scrying is basically the idea of being able to see things at a distance. It's like opening up a window that allows you to watch a person of interest or people of interest from a third-person point of view, if you will. Says, "That bad boy right there, though, that's a special one." I've never seen one that actually lets you just jump into the body and see what they're seeing. And the fact that I sat there and literally jumped to 5 different people at one, in one instance, she kind of shivers in like ecstasy. She goes, "It was exhilarating."
So, is there any way to control what I see, or
Because with time, you keep messing with it. Eventually, you'll figure out how it works. Says, be careful though, because it has the ability to. There's a danger to that. It has the ability to suck you into that persona where you are no longer you. You are them. They're
yeah,
basically
I
just.
almost fell into that already.
And I bet
You are you, but you become they? What?
because it's got an infernal taint to it. It smell
Is there a way to
devil on it.
do what now?
She says, "I smell devil on it."
Oh yeah, there's definitely devil on it.
She says, "I know, and it's delicious."
Oh,
Nice.
Oh.
you're gonna love this. I failed at completing a pact with one of them. So
You made a deal with the devil and you failed.
yes.
She's like, silly
Noob.
boy. Yeah.
Noob.
Yeah, she's treating you like a noob right now. She's like, "You're a silly little boy." She says, "I'll tell you what. If you want, you can leave this with me for a little while, and I'll see what I can do with it and kind of teach you how to work it."
Yeah, if that would be great actually, and if there's anything I can
Says-
do in return, please let me know.
She's like, "Good." Snatches it up and throws it within her clothing.
I will get
Like,
that
ah.
back though, right?
She says, of course. Nobody makes a deal with Baba Annis. She doesn't deliver."
I don't like the way you
Damn.
just worded that.
I'll keep that deal in mind, by the way. You done already said you'd help me, so I'll help you.
Okay, it can't be anything extravagant though that I wouldn't be able to handle.
Too late, buddy.
She says, "And you said you had a problem with a devil, huh? You made a deal with a devil?"
Yeah, that's kind of how I came across the eye.
She says, "Well, So I'm gonna show you some, and I need you not to freak out."
Okay.
Immediately freaks out.
Yeah. She goes,
She whips it out.
I mean, yeah. She's like, "You want to play house?" Oh no, she she goes,
You my bitch
She-
tonight, bitch.
She walks over to this boudoir she's got sitting up there, and this boudoir is not. It's ornate for sure, but it looks like it's made out of like some kind of black wood, some sort, and it's got carvings of like. Basically, it looks like carvings of the faces of tortured souls on it. She looks at you, she goes, "You like that? I had that commission. Special." He goes, "All right." And then she kind of puts a hand on your chest and kind of pushes you back a little. She goes, "I'm going to need you to stand back."
Okay.
And she opens up the boudoir, and when she does that, you get blasted in the face by like a really wretched stench. I mean, it's horrid. It smells like it literally smells like a dead cow on the side of the road that's been dead for days, sitting and soaking in the sun. Literally came back to life long enough to grab you by the face and stick your nose in its butthole and fart one last time, and then go back to being dead.
I was just gonna try to
That-
keep from like gagging and grab its nose. It's just, oh god.
Sweet baby Jesus.
Yeah, she looks at you and she goes, "Oh yeah."
My bad. I guess it's sweet baby over high.
She thinks to herself for a minute. She's like, "Huh." As she opens up this deal, she's like, "Huh. I think I'll have mutton tomorrow. Mutton." And then she reaches. As you look in there, you see that there's a black curtain inside this boudoir that when she pulls back, slides both sides of it open. You're not entirely sure what you're looking into, but you just see this like blackness in there and this like void, and there's just like tons of souls just wisping past the opening of this boudoir, and they all just look tortured. They look mangled and distraught. She's like, let's see. And she's like, wait for it. And as one comes flying by, its face becomes this like horrid visage. Its skin like melts, and its eyes become bulgy, and its tongue wisps out of it like a snake, and its teeth are all fanged, and it's just like like that. And she reaches out and palms its face, and then you watch as her nails grow and cut the face from the rest of the head, and she pulls it off, just holding the face. And when she does that, it becomes a wooden mask, the same black wood as the boudoir is made from. And to just look at it, it looks real plain now. Like, it doesn't have the scary visage on it anymore. It just looks like typical expressionless mask with two eye slits cut out of it, with a mouth slit cut out of it. It's just real normal looking now. Nothing special about it. And then she slides the curtains back and then shuts the boudoir, looks at you, Otis, and says, there you go. Tosses you the mask.
Otis catches it and just like looking at it and looking at her and like, what the fuck just happened?
So, yeah. That's a portal to one of the levels of the abyss. I can't remember which one that is. I don't know if that's like 1,199 or if it's 9,199 or if it's 253.
It's honestly none of my business.
Because basically, it's a place where really tortured souls go to. You see a lot of bad things.
Okay,
that right there is the.
What am I doing with this?
Because that's the visage of the Bodak. It's a one-time use. One-time use. If you put that on, your stare, you will basically your face will become that of a Bodak. And basically, you can use that, aim it at anything, and you may kill it or hurt it really bad. Hurt it so bad that it will have no choice but to run. It will feel shaken. Because the next time that little devil comes at you, throw that puppy on there. Send him back.
Oh.
Or use it for whatever. Because I'm almost guaranteeing you're going to have to do something. So, wherever you're going to fix your mess up, you're going to need something like that. You're going to run into something that, unless you have that, it's going to eat you. or bang you. Or both. And not in that same order.
Well, I'm going to say after hearing the fact that he could possibly just scare the devil away from him, he's going to go from terrified to really excited, run up to her, grab her hand, just like vigorously shake it, all excited, saying basically, thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you.
You're just shaking her arm. It looks like a wet noodle. She's like, yeah. She goes, everybody loves Baba Annis nowadays. Yeah. She goes, I guess I'm becoming a softie in my old age. Like, but she kind of eventually she just pulls her hand away and just kind of pets you on the shoulder. It's all right. Go away.
Otis leaves and says thank you again.
Good luck to you. shuts the door with a creak. I mean, it's all real theatrical too. She's just smiling, a big old toothy grin at you, and you watch as the door starts shutting, and the gap between the door and the frame starts to close, and it starts to engulf her in shadows. All you can see eventually is just her smile, this big old white toothy grin. But you watch as her eyes, they don't really change color, but the blacks of her pupils seem to have like a light, one pinpoint of white light in them. She shuts the door. So, all right, is there anything anybody else wants to do? Hello?
Hi.
What?
Making sure. I was making sure. Is there anything anybody else wants to do?
No.
Okay, we're gonna skip on to the next day. If it be all right with everybody.
Yeah.
And we're just gonna kind of monologue this a little bit,
Can I go pee real quick?
Sure.
No, you may
Everybody
not.
go pee. Whoever's got to go pee now if you need to.
I might take a little bit because I'm gonna go get some lunch.
Okay, well, I just
Yes,
messaged Mr. Pog, but I got the recording fixed, so we're going again.
Oh, okay, cool.
He got rid of all of his hentai.
I forgot to delete the files after I transferred them to a USB. That was my dumbass self.
I'm gonna kind of give you an idea of what that massage in the Bodak looks like.
Okay.
I'm not gonna make like a full-fledged handout because it's a one-time use thing, so it's not like, it's gonna be traveling with you for a long time. But I do have a way of actually kind of showing you what the mask does look like. Give me half a sec.
Half a second.
Well, yeah, more than half a second. If you give me a shut up.
Alright, shut up. Still not done?
I'm gonna step out too, everybody else is going on break.
Just say that. Interesting.
Well, what is it? Like a rust golem?
Oh,
They're not hard, technically. I mean, by no means can you not. I mean,
thinking of a rust golem or a rust monster?
I think it,
Oh, cockroach.
no, the golem.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Yeah. But if you hit it, you lose everything in the process.
Yeah.
You
Yeah,
better come at it with the goddamn staff or something. And if it hits you, there goes all your armor.
yeah, you
You
better
become a bitch real quick.
think of how to get around this thing. Better not go that rust monsters, man. Ooh.
Yeah,
That's anything.
there's things in D&D that they won't necessarily kill you, but they'll fuck your day up. Make your ass
Yeah.
wish you was dead.
Yeah. Oh, rust monsters.
Who was it? I think it was either Ben or Matt's campaign. Somebody had fucking orcs or something riding goddamn blink dogs, dude. I was so tilted.
Blink dogs are so cool. I love them things.
They're fucking awesome, but they suck when the enemy has them. You can't.
Well, yeah,
Shit.
because it's like what are they called? Bodans? No, boggles. Boggles. They're just as bad because a boggle, if you hit a boggle, you're pretty much gonna kill it like you do an orc.
Yeah.
But the problem is pinning one down because that sucker's just bouncing in and out of the astral plane, bounces behind you, diddles your butthole, bounces out again, bounces back in front of you, diddles your butthole again. You know what I'm saying? You're just like, what the crap?
Anything that
I
jumps through
can't hit the
planes
stupid thing.
automatically pisses me off. From the word go.
Ethereal creatures are the worst.
Bro,
They are the worst.
and most of the time they're really not I can't remember what it is. It's fuck, what was it called? They're similar to ghosts. I can't remember what they're called. But they don't really fuck you up, but you can't do shit about it. Unless you have a magic user, you're fucking screwed because
Yeah.
the whole party's just sitting there whacking off in the wind. Like, what are we gonna do?
Yeah,
He won't stop taking all my money.
yeah, yeah. Like most ethereal creatures aren't that tough, but if they're in full ethereal form, it's so hard because regular attacks don't hurt them unless they're magic attacks. And then, unless you get somebody like Phil who wants to throw an ethereal crawling head at you.
Yeah, Phil's an ass though.
Yeah, it's like, what the crap? It literally took Galleon, our cleric, to make a wish spell.
Yeah, there's a
Wish
lot,
it away.
there's a lot of stuff that's like actually difficult, to fight. But there's so much shit in the monster manual that's it's perplexing and annoying. Like, you're gonna win
And
this
if
fight. Like, you see a Minotaur, it's like, oh shit, we might die. You fucking see something like that, and you're just like, oh my god, this is gonna take
Or a
forever.
beholder.
No, like a beholder is a pain in the ass. Like, those are hard no matter what.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. Like
A beholder's
they're
regular
hard because
stats.
they're a pain in the ass.
You throw a beholder at your party and you're like, okay, so I want y'all to know right now that I am
Somebody
possibly going to TPK you right now.
Yeah. Beholders, and like the sad part is, like, if you get one of the higher ones, I honestly think their CR's fucked up, because if the DM pops off on a couple rolls, oh, you're fucked. You're fucked. So fucked. Ain't nothing you can do about it.
You're dealing with, man, and the fact that you can actually change their ability, like you can change their type, like
Well,
you
you
get
gotta
a
think,
Minotaur. A Minotaur is one thing, but if you get an Ethereal Minotaur, now you're in business.
Yeah, because like a beholder, like Mindoc, Yoshi, fucking Otis, are basically useless once they get in front of it. They just, why are you even here? Because their fucking mate eye has a anti-magic fucking field. So if it's looking at you, hey, you ain't casting shit.
What is that thing?
It's called the Beholder. It's fucking annoying.
Is it? Do we get to kill it, or is it our friend?
Oh no! You find a Beholder, it's got to die.
Are we fighting it now or
No.
no?
The thing that's in the chat, that's a rough depiction of what that mask looks like. Picture that, only not with the neck and the shoulders and the eye. Picture the mask just being a black wooden visage of that. Yeah, visage of that, and that's the kind of mask Otis has. Are you all ready to go? Is everybody back? Ready?
Yeah, I got my chip, so I'm ready.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Is everybody? Okay.
I don't know about Vanta, but
Yeah, he's probably not back yet.
I thought I heard Vanta say something. Vanta, are you back?
you're hearing things.
Negative.
Yeah, negative. Negatory.
There's like,
I'm back.
okay.
Okay, he's back.
Oh, there he is.
All right, let's roll. So if there's nothing else going on, we're just gonna kind of monologue this, and at any point, if anybody decides, oh wait a minute, I want to do this or whatever, just let me know. Okay.
Yep.
Cool.
So you all wake up the next day and prepare your stuff and get your things together. Mama Quill. Agnes, as she's known nowadays, she explains to Honey that Honey is going to stay here with her. And much to everybody's surprise, well, maybe not so much, but she agrees. She's actually happy. And
Yeah, she ain't gonna be.
yeah, and
Oh man!
Huh?
I just thought, just storyline stuff.
oh, okay.
We'll discuss it later.
Okay. So you meet up with your familiars again, Tala and Yucca and the rest of them, and everybody seems, everybody seems like they had a good night. Cassius meets up with Otis again, and it's agreed on how the traveling arrangements is gonna happen, and Solar changes into his huge eagle form, and everybody who's riding on his back gets on, and y'all begin to head towards the Cudgel.
Cool.
So at this speed, because you guys woke up, it takes you about half a day to get there. You fly over the forests and everything, and the train tracks, and you make it to the Cudgel, and you land, and Yucca instantly like stops outside the Cudgel, and he looks at you, Quill, and he goes, "I'm not going in there."
Yeah, it'd probably best if you didn't.
He goes, "I'll hang out outside the city and wait for you to come back, but I myself am not coming in there."
Not complaining one bit. I don't feel like answering 80 million questions about you either.
And Cassius actually concurs. He says, he goes, "I know I'm a celestial being and everything, but I'm not really in the mood of trying to explain what a celestial griffin is doing with you either."
Well, fine, be that way. No, I'm just kidding. You're good.
He just laughs. Despite himself, he kind of laughs. He goes, "That's funny, actually." He goes, "Good for you." Says,
I've
I'll
always been funny. What you talking about?
says, I'll tell you what. I'll hang out here and make sure this one doesn't get in any trouble.
Don't let him talk your ear off.
Too late.
So the rest of you march into Cudgel, the Cudgel city.
What up, sluts? It's your boy NG.
To which I do have a picture.
Where's my little Sancha at? Yeah. My holy little hope.
Is it
Fuck, I'll
White
be
Run?
back, like literally
Is
one
it
minute.
Dragon's Reach and White Run?
You wanna blow me?
You'd like that, wouldn't you?
Okay, there's the
It
Cudgel.
is.
That's the Cudgel city. That's the and you can see the Cudgel church in the back. You know, it's
Right.
and it's the weather there notwithstanding, there's snow on the ground and everything. I mean, this was somewhat of a miserable little trip for y'all because you guys were flying through the air during the white
Bitter
moon.
cold.
Yeah, during the white moon, and so it's been pretty chilly.
My nipples are hard.
If you want them to be, I don't.
They are.
I'm not gonna pretend to.
It wasn't a question. That was a statement.
Okay.
Back on small.
So, Quill goes to say something to.
I will say my nipples are hard as well.
So Quill and Android go to talk to each
Same.
other, and as they turn to face each other, they put each other's eyes out.
Hell yeah.
So-
I got like the 4-inch long man nip.
Same.
Ridiculous.
I don't have 14-inch nipples. Fuck that.
I do.
Yeah, you can cut.
you guys
fucking
enter the
ice
city. What is everybody gonna do?
I'm gonna go shopping because why the fuck not? Because
Fair enough.
I'm a bitch.
Wow.
What?
What is everybody else gonna do?
Jack's my
I'm
shopping
I'm
buddy,
gonna
so
go
he's
find a
coming with
magic
me.
shop.
What'd you just say to me?
I said you're coming with me.
Oh, I do know
Oh.
that. I do know that Lars comes up to Otis and says, "We should take care of some of that business that we talked about."
Oh yeah.
Business.
Says, "We'll go see." He just looks at everybody and says, "We're gonna go see about this."
Equal just laughs.
Cool.
You do that.
Whatever you say.
All right. Just kind of gives
We'll
you
go
like
buy the
a.
magic shop afterwards.
He says, "Oh yeah, sure. If there is an afterwards."
There will be.
So you guys start heading towards your mutual friend Duncan's. I'm gonna say for whatever reason Tyrone just goes with them.
Cool.
What is Uquill and Android gonna do?
Blacksmith.
Okay, Uquill, you start heading towards a blacksmith.
Apparently, Shiva wants me to go with him, so I will go with Shiva.
Okay.
Yeah.
What is Mind Doc gonna do?
Gonna head to the school.
Yoshi, what are you gonna do? Come on, Yoshi. You didn't pass out on me, did you? Okay.
Still awake.
She's like, where are the trees?
Yeah.
I don't know what did we come here for again?
Well, you are just tagging along with them now, but they came back to report about their dealings with your father and everything that happened with that. So, what would you like to do?
Yeah, instead of doing what we're supposed to be doing, we're all going like shopping or dealing with, devils that we made deals with because we were smart.
Very.
Yeah, so what does Yoshi want to do?
Hey, I went to a school. It's for education, alright?
No one
Right.
cares.
So what would Yoshi like to do? I mean, because she can just pretty much do whatever she wants at this point.
Roam around.
So, I remember the last time you roamed around this place.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So we're going to tackle that first.
Yay.
So, Yoshi, you and Tala go walking through the town and everything, and you're just taking it easy. You last few days have been hard on you with the death of your father and everything, and that whole, I guess you could say, the whole meeting of Uquill's mom was kind of a strange event as well.
It was.
I'm going to, like I said, I never like to just assume how you guys are thinking with your characters, so you can take from that what you want. You can choose to think, well, that was the weirdest thing ever. I never want to go there again, or she was actually not too bad. Just
No, I liked her.
she was,
She was weird, but I liked her.
I will say that while you were helping her tend her garden, she was extremely kind to you. Showed you some things about how to get your hands dirty in the in the ground, in the soil, and
Right.
you being a druid, that actually that was kind of your shtick right there.
Yeah, fun.
Coming one with nature and everything. So as you guys walk, Tala looks up at you and she says, "Is everything okay? You've been quiet for the last couple of days."
Just
Oh shit.
Say what? What did you say?
said there's a lot going on in my mind right now.
As I know, I want to make sure it doesn't break you. Coraline wouldn't. I'm sorry.
I was gonna say I'm doing alright.
Says I know. Coraline wouldn't ever forgive me if I didn't check on you.
Yoshi just pets her head.
Who's a good girl?
Thank you.
Who's a good girl?
Oh. Yeah. She goes, we're gonna wander for a little while and let you think.
Think about the cocaine fields.
But if you don't, if things get too much, you'll tell me, right?
Of course.
Says, okay.
You'll never take me alive.
She's like, I really squirrel. No, I'm just kidding.
No, that's got to be a part of it.
Bro, it's all like real comforting. I'll say just dips. Squirrel!
All right, we'll go with that. She goes, I just really want you to know. Squirrel! He goes bolting down an alley after. And she's like, oh! She's like, hold on. She's just telling you, she's like, hold on now. I got. She's like, I gotta hit this. And
This motherfucker is mine.
He goes tearing off after this squirrel. As she runs through one of the alleys, she goes, chicken? With salt? And she keeps running. She's like, oh, squirrel.
Nah, I'm telling you right now, if Uquill for some reason ever dies, I'm coming back as a goddamn somebody's familiar. Like, you can randomly pick somebody in a goddamn party, but I'm somebody's familiar. I'm fucking up somebody's day.
I want him. I want Uquill familiar.
They're like, Uquill kind of gets annoyed when I summon like a giant centipede or something. Everyone's gonna be like that times 100 when I start summoning Uquill.
Yes! Summon Uquill and see and marvel in his awesomeness.
Fuck, are you trying to kill us all?
He's like, I summon you, Quill, and it's just this little dung beetle. Oh, yeah. He's pushing this big old. It's like, wait. That doesn't look impressive yet, but wait. And as he gets closer to the enemy, the ball of turd just becomes massive. And it's like, yep.
What's that fucking name? What do they do? Roll around the ball and just keep getting bigger and bigger? I can't remember.
Yeah. Oh, that Prince one. What was that called? Prince something? Prince Iakea or something
I
like that?
cannot even think of that.
I remember that.
Ikea!
Yeah. Prince Iakea or something. Yeah, it was. I remember that game. That was like, yeah.
Katamari.
There you go.
That's what it is, yeah. Prince Katamari. But, no,
Oh,
so-
well, you do shit for days.
yeah, so Yoshi's just having a ball now on top of Tala, just chasing the squirrel. Quill, you head down the district looking for weapons, looking for a blacksmith, and, you got littler shops, but you do remember there was a place where you bought your sword, originally Eros, called Mort's Fort.
Yeah.
Yeah, weapons and blacksmithing, weapons and armor. And it is the most prestigious of all the places there, Remember, it literally looks like a giant, or a small fort. It's in the shape of an actual fort, but shrunken down to shop size. And it's got the little banner hanging above the door. It says Mort's Fort on it. And like walking through the doors, you feel like you're walking across the drawbridge past the portcullis and everything.
It's not pretentious at all.
Yeah. Oh, it's way pretentious. So you go walking up into Mort's Fort.
Yes.
You are greeted by a familiar-looking young man wearing, a uniform. It's like walking into Best Buy, He's wearing a uniform, only this uniform is made to look like an apron, a blacksmith's apron. And he's got the little name tag on it that says Mark on it. He's walking up to you, and he's like walking up to you. Yeah, he looks familiar to you, like you've talked to this dude before, but, I see.
Steve?
I see
Steve?
I see so many faces, you know.
So many faces.
He comes walking up to you, the name tag says Mark, and he's like, how can I help you? And he stops and looks at you and goes, oh, I remember you. We sold you that fancy sword.
Yeah, fancy. That's a nice way of putting it.
Goes, how's it going? How's
Still
that
alive.
Says, apparently, the sword treating you okay?
I mean, so many ways I could answer that, and all at the same time, yes.
Says, well, good. Goes, you know, I was a new hire when you first came here. Goes, so glad to see my first sale came back in one piece with all your limbs, it appears. So
Yes.
he just kind of smiles at you and gives you a thumbs up, and you see the glint of his white teeth. They're all ding.
Hell, I get the anime cheesy fucking like patron smile. That's bullshit.
Yeah, it's like the Buddy Christ.
Yeah.
Yeah. So he's like, so what can we do for you now that you're back?
You said that this sword was forged from some shit. That was some shit. So
Was forged from shit that was some shit.
yeah, that's exactly how I described it.
He goes, shoot. He goes, follow me. And he takes you to a counter. He takes you through some aisles of different weapons hanging, up and stuff. It literally looks like aisles you would see in the grocery store, only instead of like produce, it's all just pegboard with weapons hanging on them,
Nice. I'll allow it.
Yeah, this is really like professional. It's like old-timey, old-y weapon shoppy, Walmart-y type,
Yeah.
And
Get the discounted sword or get the better sword.
Yeah. You see some that are like, get now, 50% off, And he walks to one of their counters and everything, and he goes, do you mind setting the weapon on the table? It's bad luck for another man to handle a man's weapon,
Fair enough. So he draws Eros's crazy ass. Puts a stupid ass on
Russ
the
is
table.
just like, yeah.
It's like, no, shut up, sit down.
Yeah. He said,
Why do I have all the crazy shit? Get the crazy
Mark just
failure, had the
looks
crazy
at you.
fucking shield.
Yeah.
And he just starts mumbling to himself, like,
Mark is watching you do that. And he's like, okay. So he goes to looking at the sword, and then it's like, now it becomes more like when you go to an auto parts store and you ask for like, an axle to an old Model T, how they don't have that in the computer system, but you watch the oldest guy in the shop just pull out like tons of books and slap them down and start, you see that kind of, he pulls out this like big old, like a couple of thick catalogs, the type that if they slapped you across the face with them, it would definitely, bet in the phone book, only it's the Amarillo phone book, not the McLean one.
yeah.
Yeah. So you pull that out. He pulls out a couple of those, like 3 or 4. So not really a couple, but pulls out like 3 or 4 of those, and he gets to flipping through them, and he's like, "Oh, item catalog," and he pulls out another bigger book, and he's like, "Okay, the date of when you purchased was such and such." He looks and goes, flipping through separate catalogs and says, "Not in this one." Puts it away, goes through like 2 of them until he gets to the 3rd one, and he starts flipping through it, and he goes, yes, the etching there, yes, such and such length. Pulls out a little ruler and measures it. He goes, "Yes, it is such and such length." Everything. Says, "Yes, there is that engraving on the hilt. It is mercurial. A mercurial sword, sir."
Uh-huh.
Yes, they also call it the star metal, if you will, because
Yeah, you were saying some shit like that. Yeah. Starry shit, yeah, that's right.
he says, the metal is not found naturally on Loxos. It is harvest from the falling stars. Star sometimes falls from the sky. Smacks dab right there on Loxos, and back in the old days, we didn't know. Funny story. Back in the old days, people didn't know, but if you approached one of those falling stars right away, you caught the sickness, called it the star sickness, because it would eventually you'd be covered in boils and you'd puke yourself to death. But you give it a little while. Eventually, you can approach it and harvest the metal, and sometimes you get mercurol from it.
Nice.
Yeah.
Tasty.
So your sword is made from mercurol. Why? Why do you ask?
Where could I acquire some of this?
Mercurol? Well, thanks.
Funny you should ask.
I'm not entirely sure.
Have a shipment.
Yeah.
But
let me just run in the back real quick, looking ass.
Says, I'm not entirely sure. I think maybe you want to talk to the owner, Mort. Should I go get him for you?
Yeah, sure, why not?
Says, all right. Jolly good. And he turns around and walks. You watch him walk down some aisles and stuff and just kind of disappear to the back, because the one counter you're sitting at isn't the only counter. I mean, there are several counters with several different people managing different customers and stuff, Yeah. This is a pretty long little place, and eventually comes back with a rougher looking man. Not heavy set. He's actually pretty buff. He's got 5 o'clock shadow, real thinning hair that he likes to slick back, jet black hair. He's looks like a dude who knows his business. Looks like a guy who swung a hammer a time or two and probably wielded some of the weapons that he's made. He's the only one who doesn't look like he's in store uniform. His apron actually looks like he's been in the back using it.
He's been doing some shit.
Yeah, he's actually got a cloth and he's wiping his hands and got beads of sweat on his brow. And he comes walking up and
What?
What you want, Lulu?
He says, "Pleased to meet you. I'm Mortimer Smith. Mark here tells me you're inquiring about some mercurol."
Well, yes, and then you seem to be a capable smith of sorts, so I'm assuming you may handle the actual smithing of some of these weapons?
Yeah, I got a shop back there with a few smiths.
Okay. Well, yeah, I was curious about how to acquire some mercurol. I'm an amateur smith myself, just mainly to maintain my weapons. Like you say, I live a good ways away, and it's hard to find good smiths, So I just figured I'd, tinker myself. I was like, and this sword, would you happen to be the one that done went off and made the sword?
He goes, "Oh, that one?
Yeah,
oh no, that was made long before my time." He's
fair enough.
Like, that sword, that was owned by a war chief by the name of Eros back in the age of mini-war. He's like, actually, I was kind of hurt when I heard that they sold that sword, because I meant to just put it on display. Rumor has it there's a curse on it.
Yeah, you could say that.
Yeah, he says legend goes, War Chief Eros himself became one with that sword. Funny thing about weapons, if you have enough rage when you use them and take enough life with it, the weapon eventually gets a life on its own and absorbs the user. One. Yep. He goes, "I'll buy it back from you."
Yeah, not at the moment. Anywho.
Looks at Mark all with some disdain. Mark's just kind of like, shoot. Well, anyways, says, "You just take care now." And he rubs his stubbly jaw while looking at you and says, "You just Be sure not to let it consume you. I'm not going to say that rumor is true, but you got that look in your eye.
Yeah. Anyway, so this mercury, like, how hard is it to find or purchase? Expensive? Question mark.
As well, I don't know. Do you know a place on all of Loxos where stars just fall constantly?
Last time I checked, nope.
Exactly. It's probably one of the rarest metals next to mithril. You only could get that if you want to sell your happy rear end across the cold seas just to get to Northscorn and deal with the freaking dwarves. Their attitude.
Yukul just kind of laughs. Dwarves.
Dwarves. They are some of the finest smiths on the planet. I'll give them that. But the ones in Northscorn, they're arseholes.
Dickheads.
Hell yeah. Well, while I have you here, since I'm doing my own smithing, I was wondering, like, if you had any, like, tips on how to make, like, really true blades and stuff, in case, like, I happen to break one and have to go a while without coming to a place like your fine establishment.
Well, I got some masterwork casts. I got your typical...
Do you now?
Yeah, I got your novice casts, which, to meta a little bit, that's your +1.
Fair enough.
Casts +1 through +2. Casts.
Yeah.
Like, I got your novice ones. I got your intermediates, which is +3 and +4.
Yeah.
He goes, and then I got the fine casts. They're in the back. I don't leave them in the front no more. Ever since I had to pound a youngster for trying to lift it.
Fair enough.
Masterwork sword, you can't go wrong with that. A masterwork anything, you can't go wrong with it.
True story. True fucking story. How much would those casts run me?
Those are the novice ones. I usually let them go for like 50 gold piece. That's assuming you don't accidentally destroy the cast. Now, the trick is, and I'll tell you, if you're not sure and you go trying to do it, and you don't get your fires hot enough and everything, it's the darndest thing. The casts themselves can be destroyed. They make some of the beautifulest, most strongest weapons, even the novice ones, really. But the casts themselves are fragile. They basically build weapons built for gods, but they break like glass if you're not careful.
I'll have to keep that in mind. How much would one of the fine ones run me?
Fine ones? Ooh. He reaches underneath his desk there and pulls out like a little black book, sets it down and starts flipping through it, licking his thumb. Let's see, how much am I letting these go for now? What's the supply and demand? A lot of bums out there right now trying to just buy the masterworks already built and not make them themselves, and that's how you get dead.
Yeah, fair enough.
Flipping through the book, gets to looking and he goes, "Well, tell you what, I like your attitude. I like the fact that you're trying to become a smith yourself. Because normally I sell those for like 500 a piece. Because I'm willing to give it to you for 3.
How much?
3? 300.
300.
300 gold a piece.
Okay. How much would one of the intermediates run me?
Those will go for 100 a piece. Because I know there's a huge price jump right there between the fine and the intermediate, but you got to understand the fine break easy as well, and they're harder to make. So
that's not the issue. Just doing some math real quick. Let's see. 6.
He goes, now keep in mind, if you don't break the cast, you can reuse it. A lot of my business comes from people when they're first learning how to do this, and they break the cast, and they need to come and buy another one. He goes, I'll tell you what, give me 150 for the intermediate, one intermediate, and I'll throw in 2 novice for free. So you can practice on them before you go breaking your intermediate.
Say, how about we do 450? I'll take one of the fines, the intermediate, and then if you'll kick me those 2 novice ones.
He thinks about it for a minute, rubs his chin. He gets looking at Eros, gets to looking at you and says, all right, I'll do that.
All right.
So you can have your intermediate, I'll throw you in one of those fines, and you can have 2 of the novice for free.
Okay. Got my notes.
He looks at Mark and says, Mark, go fetch this man his casts. Mark's like, yes, sir, Mort.
And we said the fine casts we're up to?
The fine casts are a +5.
Intermediates were...
+4.
Okay.
Well, 3 and 4. Novice are 1 and 2.
Damn it.
Says, now I'm going to tell you something. Little trade secret. He leans in and he goes, hey, out there, there's an epic. I've never seen it before. But it'll allow you to make a masterwork weapon, and while you are forging it, you can imbue it with a spell. One spell, though.
Huh.
Yeah, you know, it's not easy to make magical weapons. It usually costs. You usually have to forge them first, and then it usually costs something on the one who's doing the imbuing, if you will. Usually costs them a little something. You know, something in return, maybe a little bit of health or something.
Oh. No, I got you.
Said that these epic casts, it says that you can actually imbue it while you forge it, which means you pretty much got yourself a magical weapon for free. Oh, what kind of cast did you want? By the way, you want sword, axe, mace? What kind of cast do you want?
Oh, shit. That is the $1 million question, huh?
It sure is. I got him in just about everything.
We're gonna definitely do probably the fine in a sword. But
All
the
right.
other 2, I'm thinking I need to do something different.
The other 3, right? The intermediate and the 2.
Yeah. You know, I want to definitely do the now, when you're saying mace, you're talking about like the chain mace, or
That's a
oh,
flail.
no, yeah, the flail, yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's got a
flail?
cast for a flail. Yeah, he's got one for a flail. It's just the, like, if you get a masterwork spear, for instance,
Yeah,
the shaft itself is not the masterwork part,
Yeah, it
it's
just
just
does.
the head. Yeah, same
Ah.
thing with the flail. It'll just be the actual ball that hangs from the chain that the cast is for, the spikes, so on and so forth.
Ooh. Decisions.
Only thing I don't deal in is arrows. You gotta go to the Fletcher for that.
Oh no, I'm not a big arrow man. He kind of like shuffles his back where the axe is, the double-sided axes. You know, it's like
Yeah,
kind of
he
picked up.
looks at your bow and says, "I don't know. That's a finely crafted bow right there.
You know,
Simple in its design, but I can tell that there's something very unique about it. I think it's the fact that it doesn't seem like it's got any kind of give to it.
Yeah, it's a bit of a handful. Just recently came across it too. It's just Haven't really had a chance to try it in battle, but it definitely passes the eye test, I guess you would say. Oh, fuck it, man. Man, there's so many fucking weapons I want to fucking make, dude. God, that's... Oh. But I know I'm going to mainly make swords. Yeah, let's do one of the novices on a flail, though, because I do love me a good flail. I mean, you just can't fucking go wrong with a good flail.
Alright, you say this and he starts writing down your order. One of the fine is a sword. One novice flail.
Fuck, I'm trying to think. I can't remember if I've seen it in the player's handbook or the armor equipment guide. It's I really don't want to fuck with two-handed weapons too much though either. I hate choices. Let's do one novice and an axe.
One novice at? Okay.
Get out with that. Get out.
Now, what sounds like a really extravagant weapon? Just rolls off the tongue well, extravagant. It just screams pain, but is elegant.
Whitney
For a minute
Houston.
and thinks. He sits there and thinks for a minute. He goes, "No, I did pick up a full cast for a dwarven Urgosh.
Oh, you nasty little man, you. That might be a little small, though, for me. It's going to have a lot of bulk, but not much length, huh? Much like
he says, yes, this is true, but they are heavy weapons.
Very true. Very, very true.
I
forgot about that little fine detail.
Because when you have the in close combat range, it doesn't hurt to whip out something that's got two sides to it.
True story. Yeah, I like that. We'll do that in the intermediate then. You got that bad boy in that.
Our dwarven Urgosh. Gosh, he says, I sold it. He goes, that's how you do it, Mark. As Mark comes walking back up with all these casts to just towards it, he goes, all right, here's the list. Go pick up the casts. Mark just looks at it and goes, that's the one fine cast for the store down on the counter and goes, I'll be right back. Half a dozen.
Drops the cast.
Yeah.
Throws it on purpose. He's like, I quit!
Yeah.
Fuck you! Fuck you! You're cool. I'm out.
Yeah. Fetches the rest of the casts, brings them back, and Mort takes the time to put them all in like a satchel and hands it to you. It's like a little backpack type thing, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Hands it over to you, and he says, there you go. Backpack, that bag is free, made out of some of the finest leather.
Oh.
Yeah, straight from the hide of an ogre. Tough hide.
Well, if that ain't the damn truth, I don't know what is. Ruined a mini sword on those bastards. Cool. Dwarven herbs. Okay. Is there anything else I wanted to purchase? Don't technically need to buy a weapon. I currently have plenty. Oh fuck! I can't really think of anything off the top of my head. Yeah, I guess that'll do.
All right. Well, don't forget your weapon, and
yeah.
See you next time.
Yeah, for sure.
He says, you know what? I've been thinking about your Mercurial issue here, and he pulls out a paper with his insignia on it, you know, and it's like his emblem is basically, it looks like a fort with a fist in the center of it, you know, coming out of the portcullis, like it's gonna punch you in the face.
Yeah.
He says, "That's my insignia. If you're ever in the state of White Sword, Hieronius, if you ever find yourself in the port city of Sea Fox, look up a ship captain by the name of Corsair. Corsair. He's an elf.
Elf.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he might be able to guide you in the right direction on how you can obtain some mercurial."
Okay, I'm gonna have to write that down. You mind shooting that to me in a message Discord so I can copy that down?
Sure, I will.
Yes, sir.
I will. Just remind me at the end of this session, and I'll do that.
Yeah, for sure. It's like next time I'm back in this realm, I have to come speak with you again. Good doing business with you.
Well, best of luck to you.
All right, thank you. And now you goes off to the titty bar.
Of course. All right.
Actually, no. He's heading to the cudgel. He forgot about his sweet little boo thing.
He's just like tra la 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 la. As you're walking there, you just see this like squirrel go running across the street from like one alleyway to the next, and then you see Tala just chasing it with Yoshi riding like this fearlessly on the back of it, and Tala's just going squirrel, 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 squirrel.
I definitely have not drank enough for that today.
All right. Now we're going to go to Shiva and Android.
Okay.
Cool.
The reason why we're saving Otis and Mindoc for last is because theirs are technically going to take the longest.
Okay.
Good.
All right. Okay, so Shiva and Android, you guys are just walking through the market, you know, looking for the different markets. You know, you got your food markets, you've got your weapons markets, you got your magical markets, you know, you've got the more intellectual markets, you know, like Android, like the library that you went to one time, you know.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You're walking through these markets, and Android, you hear a very familiar sound.
No.
Yep, you hear it too. You hear, come on, come see the sights. Oh, I've got sights for you. I've got sights beyond sights. I've got the sight. I've got the sight that gives you flight. I've got the.
He grabs like the bridge of his nose and just is like, here we go.
He's like, I've got the sight that they call Thundera. I've got all the sights for you. I mean,
Which
you're
one
hearing.
is it?
Well, as you approach,
I just fucking forgot about that. That's fucking funny.
you see your good old buddy Bartleby just standing out there waving his cane around. Just, you know, he's dancing in front of his little shop. You know, the little cardboard box looking shop. It's like the size of a cardboard box, standing up. You know, like one that you would see a refrigerator come in. You know, that's how tall it is, and it's got the cutout in it. You know. And it's just swinging open, and he's like, I've got it all. What do you need? He says, you need this? You need a pickle? Reaches into it, throws a pickle at some random person. He goes, I got the pickle. He goes, what do you need? You need some peanut butter? And just, like, puts his hand back in the box, comes out. He's got like a thing of peanut butter on it. He goes,
peanut butter.
yeah, it's just a scoop. Peanut butter, a scoop of peanut butter. He goes, you like that? And he points at this lady, and he goes, oh, you don't like that? With his other hand, he reaches in and scoops out another. He goes, you want chunky then? And slaps her in the face with it. He's like, I've got whatever you need. You need a rock? And he just, instead of reaching into the shop, he just kicks a rock from on the ground, just kicks it towards somebody, and goes, "There's your rock." He goes, "That'll be
Even end
5."
up summoning a giant rock egg or something like
And be
that.
like, that'll be 5 gold for that rock. That rock was my favorite.
As my favorite rock is a family heirloom.
He looks and sees you, Android, and he goes, "You, sir." He goes, then
Oh, here we go, Shiva. Get ready.
Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready for whatever this fucker be. That's gonna be funny.
takes his hat off and kind of does like this grand swooping gesture with it in front of him, and then puts it back on his hat, on his head. And he goes, "You, sir." He goes, "You look like a man of adventure." And his like the top of his top hat just pops open like a can being open, just poof, a little bit of smoke come out of there. And he goes, "Don't worry about that. That's just a nervous tick. Happens all the time, and I'm kind of sensitive about it, so don't look at it." I said, "Don't look at it." He goes, "Are you looking at it? You're looking at it, aren't you? I know you're looking at it."
I don't like this guy.
But I know you are.
He grows on you.
He looks at you, Shiba, and goes, "Do I know you?"
No.
And he kind of eyeballs
Not
you a
yet.
little bit, and he goes, "Yeah, I know you." He goes, he points at you, Android, and he goes, "You, I don't know. But you look like a man of adventure. Did I tell you you look like a man of adventure? This guy, I do know this guy. You're the one that, yeah, you kicked my dog."
Wait, what? What?
You're about there, she come over to my house and she kicked my dog.
Yeah, exactly. Like, she was like, "What? What?" He's like, "Yeah, I distinctly remember." And he stamps his cane on the ground. He's like, "I distinctly remember. I was sitting out in front of my shop. You came by and you kicked my dog."
You must have me mixed up with somebody else. You sad little man.
He's like, "Do I? Do I really? Oh yeah, I don't even own a dog."
Oh, what the fuck? This guy's a fucking Michael Scott.
Then whose dog? Then whose dog did you kick?
I kicked no dog.
He like pokes you in the chest with his cane, and he goes, "You shouldn't be kicking random people's dogs.
Oh.
You never know. Somebody's gonna come by, and he's gonna have words with you, sir." And he goes, "But."
He's a trickster. Don't read too deeply into what he's saying.
Is he a trickster god, or is he just trickster?
Something like that.
That's yet to be
I
determined.
think God might be a bit of a strong word, but
Might be a stretch.
As you two are having this,
He's a Loki.
he's watching you two have this conversation right in front of him, and he goes, "I don't know nothing about no gods. I don't know nothing about no tricksters, but I do know this. All right."
But
Yeah.
what do you know?
He leans in. He's like, "I got a secret for you."
Burps in my ear.
He's like, he gets you two like real close, and he goes, "Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers." Now the question is, if Peter Piper picked a peck of pickled peppers, how many pickled peppers did Peter Piper pick?
Get
All
the
And
hell
he's
away
like, "Well,
from me.
it doesn't matter because I've got them all here. I just haven't had time. I just haven't had time to count them yet." He goes, "You gotta love that Peter Piper. He likes to pick a pickled peppers a lot."
This dude's crazy.
I bet
What
he
the
does.
hell?
Says, "So, you're a man in need."
what do you need for us to do?
"Oh, it's not what." And then he just looked at you all real seriously. He goes, "It's not what I need you to do, Android. It's like, it's what
See, I told you he knows me.
he's like, it's what you need me to do for you."
Yeah.
Okay. Well, what do I need you to do for me?
Stands there like staring at
What
you
do
for a
you
minute.
need me to need you to need to do for me?
Like stands there staring at you for a minute. Like all the funny expression has disappeared from his face. He's looking at you. This is probably the most serious you've ever seen him, and it would be unnerving.
He's like Pennywise the clown.
Yeah, it's kind of an unnerving
Then he starts
expression.
dancing.
Like looking at you, and he goes, "I'm sorry, what?"
Yeah.
He goes, I don't even know what you're talking about, young man. I've never met you a day in my life." And then he walked over to his little shop, and he like opens it up, and when he opens it up, you actually visibly see in it, and it just looks like a never-ending IKEA. I mean, there's just all kinds of crap inside this box, but it's all like labeled and on shelves that look like they're taller than the sky. I mean, just all this stuff is in there. He's looking at it and he goes, well, and then shuts the door and goes to lean against it. He goes, I tend to lose things in the shop, and he leans against the cardboard box, and the box just crumbles and falls over flat. And he goes, oh,
Nice.
oh dear.
I done goofed.
Yeah, he
done
stands on the cardboard box for a minute, and he's like, well, shoot. And he does like a little breakdance move on it, and he goes, oh, I'm sorry. Who
the hell is this, dude?
He's like, sometimes you feel that motion. Sometimes you feel that motion in Loxos, and you can't help but let your legs take over. You know what I'm saying? He goes, you know what I'm saying,
I think
right?
I do.
Points at Chief, and he goes, he knows what I'm talking about, right? How's that arm working out for you lately here, huh? Huh? Yep.
It's working out good. It's about to smack a fool.
He goes, what are you talking about?
Oh,
He goes,
God.
I don't even know what you're referring to, sir. He goes, but I'll tell you this. He goes, I'll tell you this one thing. And he picks up the cardboard box and puts it under her arm, and he goes, sometimes it's not a matter of all the talking and all the jibber-jabbering as much as it is just stopping and looking at what somebody may have missed. And then he walks off. I mean, just walks off. But you notice that what he left behind, you see just a little, what looks like a little scroll on the ground there.
I'd pick it up.
What if it was not intended for you? What if it was intended?
Well, too bad. I'm sure I'll find out.
I want it.
You walk over and you pick up the scroll.
I want to read it.
Yeah, I was gonna say you're expecting something to happen, but nothing does. So you open up the scroll and you look at it, and
Steals your soul.
no,
Your soul is mine, fool.
as you pick it up, you realize that on this scroll, it's the weirdest looking thing. It looks like there's a bunch of pages, like almost like you've just opened up a book and the pages are just flapping, and it makes this little cartoon, and it says,
Nice.
yeah, and it's all in stick figures too. And there's a stick figure who's holding this staff, and it's the head of it, the stick head of it, looks like it's wearing a cloak. And the writing starts scrolling, and it says, once upon a time there was a naughty, naughty boy. ... He was so naughty. ... Let me tell you just how naughty this boy was. ... He kicked my dog.
Oh, God.
And the entire time this cartoon's playing, you're just watching the stick figure walk up into the point where it says he kicked my dog, and you watch the stick figure with the staff walking up to the stick figure dog and kick it over. But that's a story for another time. This naughty, naughty boy tried to obtain power that was not meant for him, and it shows the stick figure like actually with his staff
Take a book.
try to attack a stick figure that looks like it's got two heads and multiple stick figure arms. This naughty, naughty boy tried to usurp power that was not his to usurp. As such, this naughty, naughty boy now sits in the naughty chair, and it shows the stick figure just sitting on this chair amongst the stars, and you watch as stars, like little dots, start forming above his head to like represent the stars. It says, without his most precious, precious staff, and you watch as the staff just all cartoonish, with the words pop written in the little box, just out of its hand. And then you watch as the little stick figure starts to cry. It was his favorite staff. He's trying to get his little staff back. But oh no, no, no. Oh no, no, no.
My doc has the staff.
Did I say, did I write no? Did I write no? I said no, right? Right? Or this is writing on the deal. No, no, no. How many no's does you think it takes to emphasize how bad it would be for him to get back the staff? Do you think maybe one no? One no more? Okay, we'll do one more no. No. And it's big. It's just a big old no. It's like in block letters. No.
Android has tears streaming down his face by this time. He's just like, please take me out of my misery. Please end my life.
And then Android, you see as it starts to slow down the flippings, the just writing start appearing now. No pictures. It says, you see, Android, it would be very bad if this particular naughty boy got his staff back. Think about that.
Okay.
And then it just, as it flips back, you watch as the scroll now closes up in your hand, and you see Bartleby he's standing right next to you guys, you and Shiva. You guys are standing there looking at this scroll. He's just standing next to you all like he was just
See,
there.
I told you, douchebag, it was intended for me.
He goes,
fuck you too, man.
He goes, oh, there it is, and snatches it out of your hand and goes, you didn't pay for that. You didn't pay for that.
You didn't pay for that. I hate this dude so much.
And he goes walking off, and he's just like, true la rula, clicking the cane on the ground. He's just like, clack, 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 clack. He's like, oh, I gotta hit this. And he starts kind of breakdancing, doing the robot, walking down the street. Like, I am a robot. I am a robot.
But he doesn't even know what a robot is.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, he looks at, yeah.
Sorry, my computer kind of like wigged out for a second, but that's it? It doesn't have any like little side quests?
Well, hold on. So it's funny that I do want to address something that Dragons just asked. How does he know what a robot is? Because before he even asked that, yeah, before he even asked that, I was gonna have him stop and look at some lady and go, "I am a robot," and her just look at him all crazy and be like, "That's fourth wall crap, lady. You don't know what this is." He goes, "What do you think this is, huh?" He's like, "What do you think this is? I tie a rope around your waist, it's invisible, and then when I start pulling on it, you're supposed to come to me. All right, you're not going to come to me? That's fine, hag." And he just started walking down the street, and it's like, he just like vanishes within the crowd. Like, it's like he walks into a group of people and then just disappears. Like, he's just gone.
Well, okay.
But
back to shopping. Fuck that shit. I'm not.
I was hoping you get a new weapon.
Well, I want you to roll a bardic knowledge.
Okay. Give me 1 second.
One.
Un momento.
Dinero.
Chinga tu madre, Joto.
Okay.
Sí, dinero. Trade routes.
Bard level plus intelligence modifier.
Plus your charisma modifier, ain't it?
No, it's intelligence.
Plus your taco.
And then if the bard has 5 or more ranks in knowledge history, gains a +2 on this check.
That's what it is. You're just trying to recall something, more or less, but I want to see how well you recall it. depending on how much you nail this. I have an idea in my mind how high I kind of want this to be. So
Shoot, what's my intelligence? Hold on.
2. Because you a dumb bitch.
True that. My laptop is such garbage.
We've talked about this.
We have.
We can't make fun of Pog and you have a like degenerate computer, bro.
Yeah, but I know how to keep it running.
That's
well, I've done a pretty good job at figuring out my computer enough to know that if it's backing up what I need to do. Yeah, when it did that earlier, it didn't take me a long time. I just had to troubleshoot it, take it through certain steps, and test it. I was like, if it's not going to be this, I know that it's got to be this, and if it's not this, then it's that. You know what I mean? It just takes it a minute to run it.
And like that, no. And like
yeah,
this, and like that, and like
you know what? You know what? You can just chill for the next episode, all right, my dude?
Dang.
Bruh.
All right,
I want
that's good.
Suck a dick up till you go.
Something about that little story about the staff strikes you. And
like a brick in the face.
You think to yourself for a minute, and you go rummaging through your bag of holding, and you pull out
what?
Your little pee-pee.
Oh, true. My little LP.
You pull out this painting. You got it at the Cudgel.
Ooh, spooky.
And when you pull it out, you remember this. You remember the story of it. This is the Thanafex staff. It was wielded. It was wielded once by the Dark God Tolda. Suddenly, that crazy little story you heard just now doesn't sound so crazy at all.
Sauron, where'd you come from? Is
you
one
can't
staff to rule them all?
Yeah. I got one. Never mind. Nope. Anyway.
Same. It's called my little bitty elf peepee.
But so you know that you piece together. But what now is confusing you about this was, what was the other stick figure with the 2 heads and the multiple arms that supposedly he attacked and it busted his rear end? And what does that mean? What does that mean sitting on a throne in the bad chair? What does that mean amongst the stars?
No clue. But I know it was my god.
But you know.
It's it could be like in the
Dragon
Ball, Super, like Frieza's version of hell is like all the happy shit.
All the happy shit, yeah.
Bro, I fucking died laughing.
He's hanging up in the tree while a bunch of like animals are dancing and singing around the base of the tree. He's just like, I hate this.
So, but you pull out.
I hate this with every ounce of my being.
You pull out the Thanafex painting right in front of Shiva, and you're looking at it, remembering that, but a few of the questions still, and it dawns on you. The letter did say that this naughty boy is looking for this staff. You wonder how much that actually pertains to everything that you have gone through. But yeah, Shiva, you're standing there watching him look at this painting of this staff now.
Okay.
He's like, okay, I don't care what he's doing. I'm not gonna.
What's this black thing on there? I'm looking. I don't know. Yeah, I asked him what it's about. How he knew that crazy ass boy.
Oh.
It's a second cousin.
Basically.
Well, I hope that doesn't run in the family for you.
He's just this weird trickster that we've ran into a couple times. He gave me this bag of holding, because I did some shit for him. Oh. He's actually, well, I guess not that one. But the tricksters are the reason why Tyrone even has TJ.
Wait, what? Where did he go? I want something like that.
Well, no, I mean, Tyrone tamed him himself. He just did it while he was on a quest for or while we were on a quest for a trickster.
Okay. He plays favorites. Oh, shit.
I'm surprised he didn't have anything for us to do, though. He was just being a good guy.
He was just being a good guy. He probably just didn't want to bother you.
He was just like, hey, watch out. Watch out for this, watch out for this bad boy that's coming after you.
Should we continue on our thing? I want to go find me some spells and see if I can learn anything about undead or necromancy, if that's possible in this city.
Oh, sure.
In this city?
I'm looking for a special axe anyway.
Did I ask for your opinion?
I guess not.
Necromancy.
I guess not.
So, what are you looking for in particular, Sheep?
I'm looking for necromancy. For things for necromancy.
Things necromancy. So you go wandering around different magic shops talking to people about necromancy, and you get kicked out in just about everywhere you go into.
Damn.
They call you a blasphemer, and they tell you to get your trash up out of here.
You damn devil.
Yeah, I guess I could have told you as much.
Nobody in the Cudgel.
Yeah, this is the Cudgel city. You're probably not going to do much good trying to look for necromancy here. This is Holy Land.
One particular person even threatens to call the holy fighters upon you if you keep talking that trash in their shop.
Nastiness.
They're just like, you need to get up out of here. That nobody here.
Okay, bye. Fuck you too. Damn, I don't know why everybody hates necromancy. I mean, magic.
Because you're defiling the dead.
So, they're dead.
I mean, yeah, and you're subjecting their souls into
Android will remember
eternal
that.
servitude.
I don't
Yeah,
care.
exactly. Android.
I wanted to bring back the guy who died, who y'all tried to, you were supposed to save. I wanted to bring him back, but no.
As a mindless corpse?
Yeah.
I'll allow it.
His soul's there, it's just trapped. Okay, so no one here wants me to find necromancy.
Looking for a particular axe, Android?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm looking for a Leviathan axe.
Oh, okay. I see what you're doing. All right. So you guys eventually make your way to Mort's Fort as well. You just missed you, Quill, but you guys make it to this little shop, this big shop that's made to look like a miniature fort with the drawbridge and the portcullis and everything.
Sorry if you can hear my bed.
And you enter, and you're greeted by a young man wearing a tunic or a blacksmith's apron, but it's clean. It's made to look more like a uniform than anything, and the name tag says Mark on it. No, you know what? No, the name tag on that one says Philip. Yeah. Cool.
Philip on his nuts, nigga.
Yeah.
Nice.
Philip. And he's a, like, you could tell that this dude is probably like a teenage kid. Like, he's a young man. Like, yeah. He's like a younger man, like a younger kid, like
little big guy.
Like he's still in school, like this is an after school job for him or something.
And he's got a long goatee?
No, nothing like that. But he looks like a ball sack.
Yeah.
He's
trying to whack off to every girl that walks in. Yes.
He comes walking up to you, and he's like, you could tell he's got like a bit of an attitude. He's like, "Hey, welcome to Mort's Fort. What can I do for you?"
Oh
Does this
man.
guy sound like Burger King foot lettuce? Welcome to Burger King.
Number 15.
Dang,
Burger
fries
King
are done.
foot
Hi.
Sorry. I'm looking for a great axe that I can recall when I heave it.
He just kind of looks at you for a minute, all like, just
Goat
real,
stare.
yeah, like real sarcastic, just kind of like, what? And he's like, you want an axe that you can throw and call back to you?
That's right.
Goes, man, look, man, this is only like my third day on the job. He goes,
Well, then
we're
find somebody that I can talk to that might know what I'm talking about.
and as he's like, just, you see another, like,
Come on, Skipper, I don't have all day.
another young-looking man, but, he's doesn't look nearly as, displeased, I guess. It's the name tag of Mark come walking up next to him, and he goes, something wrong, Philip? And he goes, yeah, no, Mark. He goes, this guy right here seems to think that we make axes that you can throw and call back to you.
Well, even if you don't make them, maybe you know where I can find one. I guess maybe not you.
Mark goes, oh, an enchanted weapon.
Yeah.
He goes, well, we don't enchant weapons here, sir. That is a particular process. Magic weapons and arms and more powerful items like really magical rings, for instance, or staves or wands or things like that. Those are a little bit beyond our skill, as it is a lot of magic user skills. That's not to say you can't find a magic user. I could sell you an axe that you could try and find a magic user crazy enough to try and enchant and ability with, like.
Not to meta, but I might have taken a certain feat. Just leaving that there.
Is that right?
Says, yeah, I'm really sorry. And he looks and he sees that you've got an axe strapped to your back. And he goes, well, I mean, what's wrong with that axe that you... He looks at it for a moment and he goes, do you mind...
It doesn't recall when I throw it.
He goes, well, do you mind coming to the counter for a minute?
Cool.
And he takes you to a counter and he's like, that'll be all, Philip. Philip's just like, great. I'm going to go dust the freaking whatever, man.
Good. You go do that, Philip. Get out of here.
Mark takes you to a counter and he's like, you mind putting the axe on the counter, please?
Clunk.
Clunk. Fuck you, man. Clunk.
He's already disappointed about things, so he's sulking.
Clunk.
He looks at the axe and he's like, huh. He starts pulling out catalogs of stuff. Starts looking through it. He's like, looking. Pulls out a ruler. He goes through like 7 catalogs. I mean, like it feels like you're standing there forever. And he measures it, looks in, he goes, no etching there. No. He goes, where did you buy this axe?
Oh, I didn't.
Says no.
No.
Did you steal it?
No, I looted it.
Off of a corpse, I'm assuming.
Well, yeah. It's kind of a long story. That may be why it looks unfamiliar.
He goes, well, it's not so much that. You have to understand, I mean, every weapon has a story, has some kind of etching. We've got catalogs dating from now all the way back to the age of mini-war. There hasn't been a single weapon crafted or a blacksmith who's made something that we don't have some kind of record of, because they all, like if it was orcish made, for instance, it would have certain engravings or certain things. I'm not finding anything that indicates it coming from anywhere of the 9 continents on Loxos. He goes,
I know.
he puts a finger up, like one finger, and he goes, do you mind waiting just a minute? I've got to...
I mean, sure.
So he goes to the back, down this long aisle. I mean, you've heard the story. It's like a Walmart. I mean, he just vanishes for a little while, and he comes back with, once again, Mortimer Smith, the,
nice.
muscular 5 o'clock shadow, black thinning hair in the front, but slick back. He's a tall guy wiping his hands on a cloth with his dirty apron. He's like, this is twice in one day, Mark. You better not be wasting my time. And he's like, no, I'm telling you right now, okay, Mr. Smith, you have to look at this thing. I've never seen it. I don't even know where it comes from. Mort comes walking up to it, and he's like, I'm sure it's... And as he looks down at it, his speech just stops, and he goes, I don't know where in the 9 hells that comes from. And Mark goes, see? I told you. Mort,
well, if it's that big of a deal...
Mort looks at you, Android, goes,
we did trip realities.
He goes, excuse me? You tripped realities?
I know I say that like that's
looks
not
at Mark,
a big
he goes,
deal,
is that
but
a drug?
that kind of shit happens to me.
Is that a drug that you guys, like your younger generation's doing these days? Mark's like,
no.
I have tripped, but not realities.
No. It's quite literal. Trust me. I got this too. Android pulls out the bad day.
Mort gets to look at it, then he goes, okay, yeah, that's just a fire stick, really.
Yeah, of sorts.
It's well made, yeah, for sure. It's got magical runes on it, so it's got magical properties. It's pretty nice. I've seen a few. Every once in a while we get people in here who have gotten them from different planes of existence, if you will. I myself don't sell in them, and they're very rare and not common. It's finely made. And he looks back at the axe and he says, but this piece is gorgeous. He says, you say you didn't get this from reality? I mean,
not our plane of it.
He says, well, like which plane? I mean, I don't know a lot of planes.
Good question.
He goes, I think I know that there's like the Abyss, there's the 9 hells, there's
I'm not sure. That might be kind of a cut and dry way of looking at it. Not plane of existence, plane of reality, meaning an alternate version of what we know.
Yeah, it's called the prime material plane. Like where you guys are, it's the prime material plane.
Right, an alternate version of the prime material plane.
He just cocks an eyebrow and looks at Mark, and Mark's like I said, I've never tripped like that. Because I don't even touch the stuff no more. Whatever they're dealing these days, Mort just goes, okay.
I don't even have blacksmithing skill.
He looks at it and says, well, regardless, I am not seeing anything that indicates this came from anywhere, and I pride myself. I mean, I've got vendors in all 9 continents, or people who are willing to travel to all 9 continents anyways to get me the finest of the fine. Says, and I've never heard of this. He gets to look at it, and he said, he almost picks it up and then realizes not to touch it because it's not his. He stops and says,
you can look at it, man.
He says, "Oh no, that's bad luck. Don't ever stroking a man's weapons like stroking his lady." And Mark just looks at him and goes, "Or his man."
Oh.
Just looks at Mark and he goes,
Android just hold on.
Hold up.
I kind of hit you with that one out of nowhere, didn't I?
I think you know exactly what I'm going
I know what you're doing right now. So he looks at Mark and goes, of course, Mark, of course, whatever, you know.
Tickles your pickle.
Yeah, whatever puts water under your boat, whatever puts wind in your sails, I guess. And just kind of
Whatever splits your splash.
says, anyways, he goes, but I will say this, that is a finely made axe. If you can find a magic user to imbue that with magical essence. In fact, you might go to the school, the mage's school.
Cool. Sounds good.
Yes, Solsteins. Solsteins, I believe it's called.
By the by, you wouldn't happen to have any ammunition for this quote fire stick, would you?
He goes, I wouldn't even know where to...
Man, see, I have an idea of where to go. It was worth a shot. It's just long ways off from here.
Because, you know, it's a long trek, but the last time I checked, the only people dealing in the pepper, as I like to call it, the fire pepper, that goes into the ammunition for these things, only people who had a lock on that were in the continent of Pangshun. They seem to deal in that, but then you got to trek across the Great Desert, and that's a hole that only the Abyss loves.
Oh, probably true.
He goes, but I mean, if you find another person bearing an arm like that, you might ask them where they get their ammunition. Best I can figure. I'm sorry.
No, you're perfectly fine.
Says, what are you running low?
Getting there.
Says, you know, it might not hurt to figure out how to craft that.
No, it might not. I just gotta find somebody that knows how. I gave mine to this mook right over here.
Oh, you need a sword?
Sure.
Says, what you looking for? A long sword, short sword?
Just a long sword.
I can give you your longsword back to you, Android.
No, it's just good to have. It's good to have secondary weaponry, trust me.
Says, Mark, go over there and get this man a sword. Says, you want a masterwork one, or you want just a regular?
A masterwork would be nice.
All right. Says, what grade? Says, you want novice, intermediate, or fine?
How much do they run?
Says, well, my fines, I won't lie. My fine masterwork swords, they run about $350.
$350? $350?
$350.
$350 ain't nothing. I got $350. I'll give you $350 for that fine boy.
Says, all right.
That fine boy.
So Mark comes walking back up with a sword. He goes, Mark, go fetch this man a fine masterwork sword. And Mark's like, goes, sooner or later, Mark, you're going to learn to keep your rear back behind the counter. All right? Right now. Go on. Mark's like, goes walking back and eventually comes back with a masterwork sword. And he's like, there you go. Says, it's yours. Take it, claim it, make it yours. That'll be $350.
Do you sell
Alright, I
armor?
give him 350.
Takes that gold and he looks at Shiva and goes, "Yes, young sir, what is it that you are needing? That is fine armor you've got right there from the province of Alhazir, is it not?"
It is. Can you
Yeah, we got
upgrade
a
it to
sand
medium
monkey.
From the
and repair it?
province of Vorkamina. Can I repair what? I'm sorry?
Can you repair my armor and upgrade it to?
Oh, you want me to upgrade your armor to masterwork? He says, "Well, that'll be a few days. How long are you staying in town for?"
How long are we staying? Andre, how long are we staying here? You notice shit.
What?
How long are we staying here?
In the cudgel?
Yeah.
Just depends.
Yeah, I'll upgrade it. We go ahead and upgrade it.
Because that'll be
We're probably
20,000.
gonna be here
Yeah,
at least overnight.
Wait, how much?
20,000?
Where the hell's my gold at?
I can assure you probably don't have that much.
Where would I find my gold?
We're low-key rich, and I don't even have that much.
He looks at you like searching through
I
your
mean,
pockets
I've
and
got
stuff.
some shit that's worth more, probably, but
Yeah, but I'm not sharing.
yeah, but
You ain't getting none of this money.
screw you.
I'm watching you divvy up your money, and he's just
I
like,
only have 5,100. Damn.
he's like, "Well, when you make some more, come on back." He goes, "You have to understand, that's a full set of armor you're trying to sit there, and I can tell you right now, your mask right there, that is some of the finest craftsmanship I've ever seen already to begin with. It's special in a way, and I'm almost willing to bet it's got some kind of magical properties behind it, which leaves me taking the risk of damaging those magical properties, making your mask useless, and no risk, no reward. So 20 grand, 20,000 gold pieces, and I'll take care of it."
Money in my hand.
You don't need
Put
to
that
upgrade
shit
my mask.
in my hand. If that money doesn't show
What
me
about
up,
what about upgrading
Your what?
my sword or my bow?
Well, I don't do bows. He looks at let me see your sword. Set it here on the counter. And he
Well,
tells you, Android, he's like, "If you don't mind, can you take back your axe? And don't forget, check out
Oh, yeah.
Solstein. Don't forget
When I
to
do
check out
his axe, I
Solstein's.
reach my hand over and I slowly push
So
onto
what?
Don't forget to check out Solstein's School of Magical Art.
Oh,
They may
yeah.
have they may have somebody there that can take care of your needs there."
Cool. Thank you for the advice.
I wish there was more I could do, but we're just blacksmiths. We're not mages.
Well, sure. I just thought you might have one in stock or something.
Oh no. If you find a magical weapon with magical properties, it means somebody went through a lot of time to make it, and there's a story behind it. So as you put your sword down on the table, Shiva, he gets to looking at that and he goes, "Oh, nice. Sort of the Harku."
Yep.
Pulls out a little magnifying glass and looks at it and he goes, "You know, it's got magical properties as well, right?
Yes.
You take
It
chance
does.
of damaging it, right?"
Can you forge a new and put?
I cannot.
You cannot
That I
forge
cannot do. I cannot forge. I don't even have a cast for a Harku-ish blade. Yours is a special kind of scimitar, if you will. I'm afraid I'm not going to be able to help you with this.
Okay. Well, luckily I use a spear, and maybe I can take a masterfind spear.
Says, he goes, "I do have a masterwork spear."
Yeah, I'll take a masterwork head.
All right. Like, Mark. He's like, what grade you want it? You want it novice, intermediate, or fine?
Fine is the best one. Take it.
Right. Says, Mark, go fetch this man a masterwork spear, a fine grade. Mark walks to the back and comes back with a. What, do you want it long or short?
Long.
So Mark comes back with a long spear and a short spear. He's like, he'll take the long one, Mark. Mark's like, oh, thank goodness.
This dude has some terrible attitude.
Looks at.
I'm not sure I like Mark or Philip.
That's all right. Says, give me the 350. So you give him. So deduct 350 from your inventories. You now have a long sword that does.
I thought I asked for a
Hold on,
spear.
I gotta look it up. Well, no. I'm talking about Android and you. Hold on, I got. Okay, Shiva, you have a long spear that is a two-handed weapon, so it takes two hands to use it. It does 1d8. It does 1d8 damage, but on top of your strength modifier, it also does a +5 to both attack and damage.
So it does a 1d8.
But with a +5, so add 5 to your strength modifier.
Oh, it's my strength modifier.
Yeah, well, no, not on the stats. Not on the stats.
Oh, yeah.
What I want you to do is, in your weapon section, write long spear, then go all the way to the end there, and where it says damage, in the last box, write 1d8, then whatever your strength modifier is, add that to a +5. So what is your strength modifier?
That would be in skills. Oh,
Now, that will be in stats.
Modifier. My strength modifier is 3.
Is a 3?
Sir.
So it's a +8. Your spear does a 1d8 damage +8. And in your stats tab, well, you know what? Don't even worry about that yet. Unless you're using your long spear, it doesn't matter. So just 1d8 +8. Android. Yours does a long sword, does 1d8 damage, plus whatever your strength modifier is, add 5 to that.
So 8 would be the total, because my strength is 3.
Okay, so 1d8 +8, plus every time you use that long sword, add 5 to your attack as well.
Why?
Because it's a masterwork, +5.
Oh, cool. Is that on damage or attack rolls?
Attack rolls.
Oh, okay.
+8 is for your damage. Now, the critical for that long spear is ×3. So, Shiva, where you see it saying 19 through 20, or just 20 critical, there'll be a little box right there where your weapon is. You have to roll a natural 20 to get a critical, but where it says ×2 or whatever, put a 3. Android, however, with your longsword, your critical is 19 through 20. Wait. That's a short sword. Looking at the wrong thing. Where is that? Oh no, it's 19 through 20 ×2.
Okay.
It is also a ×2.
Yes, yours is a ×2, but you can roll a 19 or a 20 and get a critical. So if you roll a natural 19, you get a critical.
Cool.
So mine was 3.
Yes.
You did say it was a. I know I'm going back to. I'm dyslexic as fuck, but you did say it was 1d8, correct?
Yes, 1d8 +8 damage.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Alright. We're going to jump to Mind Dock now. Over there at Solstein's. because it's starting to get late, and I would really like to get everybody's little side stuff done
Fair.
before going to the cudgel. You know. And we'll probably save that cudgel interaction for next session. Okay?
Okay, that's fine.
Fine.
Sounds good on me.
Okay. So, Mind Doc, you head straight to the Solstein's School of Magic, right there.
Does he meet us there?
No,
Because I'm on my way there also.
yeah, but I want you to think of, he left right away, so he would be doing this.
He'd probably be there around
long
the time
before,
that we were at there.
Yeah,
while
like,
we were at the...
probably a little bit even before you met Bartleby. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So, you come walking up to Solstein's school, and it looks like an academy. It's got it's set up like an actual school in the city. So it's got like a courtyard and stuff. Like all the surrounding buildings are a good ways off from it to give it space. You know, you come marching into this academy school through the courtyard and everything, and you enter the front desk where you yes, the little gnome woman that was working the counter before, Kitta Spellbinder was her.
Spellminer District?
Yeah, Kit, she was the little gnome woman working the counter there. Kitta Spellbinder was her name. She, as you come walking in, she sees you and she goes, "Oh, it's you, young man."
Yes, hello.
She says, "We've been waiting for you to return."
I would hope.
She says, "Indeed." She says, "Just one moment." And as she says that, she hops off her stool and goes, walking to the back. She says, "I won't be long." When she returns with two men. One of them you recognize as Hubris, the teacher you had spoken with about the spell book. The one that looked real thin and kind of gangly with the bifocals that sat kind of low on his pointy nose, you know, his like bigger point. It's not like pointy as in slim. He's just got kind of like it's the kind of nose you'd see on somebody of the Jewish faith. You know, it's kind of wide and big, you know. Sitting on the brim there of his, it's got the wispy hair and everything, you know, that's, you know, brown, and he comes walking in, and he's accompanied by another man. Now, this man, however, is not so thin and gangly. He's a tall man as well, but he's more full-bodied, and he's African American. He's got this, well, there's no such thing as African American in Loxo, so we're just gonna keep it real. He's a black man who, he's got gray hair and a big bushy gray-white beard. Now it's not long. It doesn't sit, you know, it's cropped close to his face, but it's white and it's bushy with a mustache, and he's got bushy eyebrows, and he's not wearing robes of a wizard or even like intellectually looking robes like Hubris is wearing. He's wearing more of like a suit. Suit has like a sash across it that looks like it's made of fine silk, and it's red, and he's got a brass button-up shirt that he's wearing underneath his coat that's also got brass buttons. He's got a little pocket handkerchief. His slacks are nice. His shoes are black and shine, and he's walking next to Hubris with his hands behind his back in like a contemplative state as he walks up. And Hubris walks up and he says, "Oh, It's you, Mind Doc. You've returned.
Yes, it's me.
Says, so good to see you. Says,
What's...
may I introduce you to the head teacher here, who the school is named after, Rexion Solstein. And
Greetings.
yes, and the gentleman with him looks at you, my doc, and just kind of clicks his feet together and kind of bows, not real low, just kind of like a slight nod that his whole body kind of follows. And then he says, "You're the one that brought the cursed book to my school."
I believe so. If it's the same book that I'm thinking of.
Says, "Well, I should hope so. I mean, there's nobody else brought Hubris a cursed book, so I hope it's the same book you're thinking of."
And that would be it.
Says, "Well, you weren't lying, Hubris. He is sort of matters fact, isn't he?" Hubris says, "Yes, it's quite funny, actually, Mr. Solstein." Says, "Oh, enough with that. My father is Mr. Solstein. We've known each other long enough. Call me Rexion. We're amongst friends, I think." And he kind of eyes you, Mind Doc, up and down.
Just sort of tilt my head at him quizzically.
Hey!
Says, "Well, you don't mind, would you care to accompany me to my personal study to discuss the matter of your cursed object?"
Certainly.
As you go walking in, he's looking at your staff. He says, "That is an interesting staff. Did you put a spell on that to keep it burning always like that, or did it come that way?"
I found it like this.
Says, "Indeed. I would love to study it one day, if you don't mind."
I don't think that's going to happen.
So you guys have this conversation as you're walking down this hallway, and then he takes you to a room, and he looks at Hubris and says, "That'll be all for now, Hubris." Hubris is like, "Of course." And he buggers off, and then Holstein opens up this double door. It's real ornate, made out of wood that's been stained dark, and he opens it up. It's got carvings etched in it of pictures of like different magical runes and whatnot. And he's just like, "That's just for decoration. You can touch it. They're perfectly harmless." And he opens up this door, and you see that he brings you into this study, and you see these shelves, just walls full of shelves of books, stacked all the way, leading all the way up to the ceiling, so high that he's got one of those ladders that's got the wheels on it for getting up there and wheeling across and everything. And in the corner of the room, and these books lead all the way around except to one corner of the room where he's got those big standing windows that are curved at the top there, and there's like 4 window panes there, so you can see out into the courtyard of the school. And in the center there, he's got a little table with decanters of different kinds of liquors with glasses stacked around it. And sitting there, you see that he's got 2 chairs, and he motions for you to come in and says, "Have a seat. Would you care for something to drink? I've got some of the finest wines that elves make. I've also got things of human nature, if you're more into that." He says, "I did once have a dwarven whiskey.
If you have water, that'll be sufficient."
Of course. He pulls out a little decanter full of this water, and he He goes, sparkling or non-sparkling?
This nigga says sparkling. Fuck out of here.
I'm not that much of a basic white girl. No.
You stupid bitch.
Normal will be fine.
Pours you a glass, and then, like, you see him kind of wag his finger, and the glass floats across the room to your hand. He himself pulls out a finer-looking bottle with this pink liquid in it, and he pours it in there. It pours just a little bit. Then he takes a sip, and he goes, Comes and sits down on the chair across from you, and he says, don't mind the windows. We can see out. Nobody can see in. I'm curious, Mind Doc. Where did you acquire such a book as the one that you have? He says, you know what? No. This isn't an interrogation. Where do you come from, Mind Doc? You're obviously a high elf, but there's not too many of those here in Siren, of course. There's a few, but most of them are just wood elves, and a lot of them come from the wilds, and depending on, you either have to deal with wild elves or wood elves. Not too many high elves in our neck of the woods, though. He takes a drink.
I see. Well, I'm from Emmerhold.
Ah, that explains it then. Says you're from Emerald. Yes. Says I don't know too much about the continent itself, but I know it's the land of the Fae, as they say. What brings you all across the Elder Seas to get to Siren?
Initially, a certain library.
Oh? The one here in Cudgel City? It's one of the finest libraries there is.
Yes, that one.
Oh. Did you find what you were looking for?
Not really, but we can...
We can what?
We can say priorities have changed over time.
Ah, I see.
The dingoes got it.
No,
Fuck you.
It says, I myself was born here in Cudgel City. So was my mother and father and so on and so forth, but their great ancestors come from the continent of Drazulu. And they trekked hard to get us to the country of Egypt, and just to take a ship to sail them past the great desert, El-Hazar, of course, just to land here on Siren, and even then they didn't make it to Cudgel City right away. They had to brave the Crimson Marshes, which in those days, all things considered, were a lot more hostile in those days. The lizard folk weren't too kind to outsiders, especially not ones that, with my particular pigmentation, So we had to. I imagine things aren't always easy for you in your travels as well. I mean, not every place is so welcoming to elves, but that's one thing I have loved about Siren is the fact that, save for a little bit of bigotry, I've pretty much been allowed to do what it is I want to do, and I was able to open up this school.
Just sort of looks at him expectantly, like as in continue. What's the point?
Well, I can see that you're not one for. He takes a drink, and I can see that you're not one for small talk, my doc. So, I guess I will get to the point. The point being is where did you acquire this this book, this cursed relic?
Just someone we came across along me and, well, the group I travel with.
He just kind of looks at you. He kind of furrows his eyebrows a little bit in your direction. He says, "Oh, that's not just random." He says, you make it sound as if it's random, and for a lot of people who are not in the know of our, then he motions to you and motions back to himself with glass in hand, you know. He's like, our line of profession, our schools of study, to a lot of people like that, that would make a lot of sense, you know. Just found it. But you didn't just find it, now did you? Did you, my boy?
Well, it's pretty close to that. It pretty much fell into my hands.
Yeah. With that, he downs the rest of his drink, you know, takes the last little swallow of it and motions with his hand as the glass floats across the room and lands back in the little bar area. And he goes, and he kind of rubs his bearded chin for a minute. And he goes, "Well, just so happened to land in your hands." Says, "The problem I'm having with that, my doc, is the fact that whoever created that book, whoever put the spells into that book and did to that book what they've done to that book, put a lot of, dare I say, for somebody who'd make a book of that style, a lot of tender love and care into that." He says, and I highly doubt that whoever made such a book would just let it drop haphazardly into your hands, and then you just run off with it like a panty snatcher in the night, if you pardon the expression.
Well, yes, he's come back for it once or twice since then.
I see. And with that, he stands up and puts his hands behind his back again, contemplatively. Looks down at the ground, and he says, "My doc, you stole, if you pardon the expression, you have stolen a powerful spellbook from a powerful magic user, wizard, no doubt. Probably necromancer, if some of the spells that I've had the privilege of looking over in that book, as it lets me. And you brought it to my school and basically put a target on my students, my faculty, and myself. It's back. Did it not occur to you that if this person were to come wherever to figure out where it is, he wouldn't come looking here for it? I have kids that study here, mind you.
Well, with so many mages teaching these kids, there would surely be someone of I suppose you could say, power level sufficient to protect themselves. And I might add that I was explicitly asked if I could leave the book here by a member of your faculty.
Well, his name certainly describes the man. Yes, hubris. Definitely likes to act without thinking, and why wouldn't he? Says, I do have the book. It is deciphered. It can be opened and read at your leisure. But I'm going to tell you this now. You take a risk every time you open that book that whoever it belongs to is going to hear it. I myself had to go through a lot of painstaking cloaking to keep us from being known every time I looked at it. But it's deciphered. I couldn't tell you what all spells are in there. I don't care to know what all spells are in there. It is corrupt. It is imbued with negative energy and chaos. And all I have done is made it readable. That is all I can do for you, and that's all I am willing to do for you. I kindly ask that you and your book be on your way.
Certainly. Though I was offered a certain amount of compensation for leaving the book with you guys here.
That deal wasn't made with me, Mindoc. I took over deciphering it when Hubris almost killed himself trying to get it open.
He can keep it then. So, you say this is dark energy, but it's powerful, yes?
Oh yes, in the book itself, it's a defense mechanism, really, more or less, on the book. The energy will consume you. It was like a failsafe. I've deactivated it, but the energy still remains. Only thing I can't deactivate on it is these nuts. It's calling. Every time you open up that book, it's going to call out to its owner.
I see.
Android, now's a good time to play all that remains this calling.
To what?
Said now's a good time to play all that remains is this calling. Yeah. Haha, funny. Puns. Continue on. I'll go back to whacking off.
Yeah, you do that.
I'll send you a picture, especially mine.
Oh. Sorry, let's just... Yeah, so, where were we?
Oh, yeah, no, he tells you, I mean, every time you open it, it's going to call out to its original owner, so you're going to want to find ways of getting around that. But, from what I understand, the spells in there are quite powerful.
Well, you want me to be on my way, so I will soon, but is there any chance you could, perhaps, teach me the words that you were using for it?
That's alright. And just a second. Alright, so he starts, he sits down with a piece of parchment and a quill pen, and he starts writing some words on there. Roll a spellcraft. What is your total in spellcraft? What is your total amount there?
Total amount is 30. No, like the actual like ranks in it.
No, like total. Your ranks plus whatever equals.
Oh, okay, yeah, 32 then.
Alright. I'm gonna need you to roll spellcraft and get a 35 or higher. Yeah, go ahead. 35 or higher.
Cool.
Wow, killed it. Alright, so you see that he's teaching you the spell Arcane Mark, but he's adding a modified little component to it. And all Arcane Mark is basically a 0 level spell, wizard sorcerer spell. It's a universal spell, so anybody can learn it. It's not actually tied to a deal. And what it allows you to do is inscribe a personal rune or mark on something, and that's all it normally does, you know. But he's added a little slight modification into it that allows you to cloak something for a 24-hour period.
Okay. Arcane Mark, modified cloaking. So it like cloak for magical effects?
No, cloak you from like scrying and things like that.
Right, okay.
Yeah. No, if something's like right there next to you, they're gonna see you. It's just like, for instance, how the book calls out, it'll cloak you. So it's just calling out, but whoever it's calling out to cannot see you.
Aha.
For a 24-hour period. After you do that, it takes a full day to be able to do it again.
Okay.
So you can do it for a 24. You can use it for a day, and then you got to wait another day before you can do it again. Or you can use it just like the regular Arcane Mark spell.
Yeah.
Just
so should I just add like Arcane
something.
Mark to my spells list and like the modified version of it to like my like class abilities or something?
You can
Well, not
add
class
it
abilities,
in your notes section. That you can.
Right. Okay.
Doesn't matter how many times you prepare it. You know what I'm saying? You can prepare it twice. You can prepare it 3 times. Whatever. You can only use it once, like that modified version.
Yeah. But I can use it normally, however.
Yeah, but you can use it the normal way any other time. And you'll find plenty of modified versions of the Arcane Mark. That's what got Milo killed, was a modified version of the Arcane Mark.
Damn, I like how fucking he laughs at that shit.
Yeah.
He's just like, damn.
That he hands you the book. Or with that, he
changed my
walks
name to
over
Ahmed.
He walks over and hands you a book, but it's wrapped in like this velvet, this red velvet cloth, and he goes, "I don't even like to touch it barehanded. Here you go."
Thank you.
Says, "Good luck to you with that." He goes, "I personally am not angry at you for bringing that here. I'm not even angry at Hubris for agreeing to check it out. It's always been in my firm opinion that, for the most part, we are wizards first and foremost, and are curiosity of the arts. But be careful how far you delve into things, young mind doc. Sometimes the things you research end up researching you.
Ooh.
And then they own you."
Ooh. Sometimes the things are not bumped back. What?
That's wrong.
Well, it can't be too much worse than other things researching me. I'll keep that in mind.
Says, "Indeed." And he escorts you out of the school personally himself. As you're walking out the front doors across the courtyard, you stop for a minute and you turn around and he's just still standing there, and only now he's waving at you.
Just sort of nod back. And just kind of walk off. Alright, so that.
Alright. Otis, and Lars, and Tyrone. Tyrone's not here, but he's not. Him and Lars aren't going to say a whole lot, anyways. But whatever, we'll roll with it. Otis, you still with us?
Yep.
Okay, we're going to get through this, and then we'll be done for tonight.
4 hours later.
Yeah, yeah.
Well,
It's kind of up to. Yeah, I kind of wish we didn't either, but Yoshi already went to bed. We're missing Tyrone. It'd be good to have everybody here for what's going to happen next, anyways. So you're walking with Lars, and you and Lars both know the way to Duncan's. It's just a modest little place of living, little modest domicile, if you will. And Lars is looking at you, and he goes, "Oh, you know Duncan? Because I didn't have to take you here at all. You already know this guy." He goes, "Well, crap. You already knew him. Why'd you even have me come along with you?"
Because you said you would help.
Well, fair enough. Knocked on the door, and you see this kindly old alchemist, little old man with a long beard touching the ground, wearing green velvet robes, answers the door with a gnarled wooden staff, and he just looks at you guys, and he's like, "Lars Hate Bad. And hey, it's the cleric of Obot High. Oh, if I had made a bucket list, I would not have put this on here. I would have never thought." "Come on in." He motions for you guys to come in.
We do so.
Yep. Lars enters, Tyrone enters. You walk in, and it's how you remember it. There's a heavy earthy smell. He's got, beakers and different, contraptions. Looks like a chemistry set, stuff bubbling and, whatnot. He sits down on this wooden chair and looks at you guys and says, "Well, what do I owe the pleasure?"
Well, I hear you can help me with something.
Lars is like, "Yeah, you still have a way of getting in touch with River Styx?" Duncan just kind of looks at you both, and he's like, "Well, that depends. What exactly is the problem?"
Do you really want to know?
Lars goes, "Yeah, well, you better tell him. I mean,
My stupid ass made a deal with the devil.
Well, what kind of devil?"
A pack devil?
"Oh, a pack devil arrangement. Okay, that's not too bad. I mean, nasty little buggers, not the lowest on the food chain as far as devil hierarchy goes, but not the highest either. I mean, they're kind of in between there, They're still licking the bootstraps of some, but, farting on others." Spits. Anyways, as well, tell me, this pact you made, what exactly, not that it matters too much, but what exactly is going on with it? You said you failed. I don't need explicit details on what exactly you were supposed to do. I know that you were supposed to do something and you failed. What in the blazes made you, the cleric of Obot High, decide to make a deal with a pack devil in the first place? But what exactly has been going on now? Give me some specifics.
Well, the pack devil actually came to me first.
He goes, that as they're wont to do.
And
Only an idiot goes searching out a devil.
Well, someone else filled the pact with said pact devil that I filled with, and wanted me to basically finish up the business. And I said, in return for me doing this, I want you to leave me and my group alone. And it worked out so well.
And you failed, of course. But what has happened since then?
He's
like, what makes you think? Well, let me clarify just a little bit of why I'm asking you for this little minute detail. Why exactly do you need to get to the river Styx? Exactly.
To find Brother Brood.
Oh, Brother Brood. Is he the one you made the deal with?
No. He's the one looking for me.
I see. So Brother Brood is trying to swoop in on somebody else's. Yeah, Brother Brood's one of the more notorious pack devils. Not too many of them are known by name, because most of the time, they're Brother Brood, as far as devil hierarchy goes, he's probably the chief, if you will. Because, I see. So you need to get to the River Styx to speak with Brother Brood, because you think that if you make a deal with Brother Brood, he's going to help you get out of this deal with this other pack devil, assuming that you can accomplish what Brother Brood wants.
Assuming.
Throw the Jew down the well.
Yes, that's basically the gist of it.
Well, it would be an honor to help you, Cleric of Obot High. You helped me get out that silly little imp.
Speaking of which, I haven't seen that imp in a while. I wonder if he's still alive.
Oh, I'm sure. Old Button Willow McButton Willow. Yes. Yeah. It would be an honor to help you. I would love to return the favor, if you will. You're asking quite a lot. It's a dangerous undertaking you're making here.
Well, it's either I do this or I'm damned for all eternity.
It's gonna take a while to get ready. So I'm guessing it's you, Lars, the silent, strong glass of water over there, and motions to Tyrone, who just kind of acts like he doesn't even notice that somebody's pointing at him. He's just like, whatever. Says, are you the only ones in your group, or is there more?
There's more.
He puts up a single finger with his back to you and says, precisely how many more?
So there's Yoshi, Mindhawk, Android, 5.
So there's 5 including yourselves?
No, 5 more.
5 more. So 5.
8 altogether.
8. Okay. He begins pouring into these small vials, like these real thin, smaller vials. Starts pouring this liquid into these vials. He says, give these to your friends if they're willing to go with you. Says, here. And he pulls out this little, it's like a little yarn doll of a pigeon. And he whispers an incantation over it. Says, okay, when the pigeon comes to life, drink the vials. The time will be ready.
So when the pigeon comes alive, drink the vials, okay?
Yes, the vials will bring you back here instantaneously. The vials themselves aren't the trick. The trick is, and he points over to this what looks like a manhole cover, but it's made out of it looks like it's made out of really heavy, thick wood, so thick that the edges of it are actually poking up past the ground level.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, that right there, I've got to summon the pathway and everything, and when you come back, the pathway will be ready. Your path will be straight and clear. You can. He goes, I'll tell you this. He goes, should I do it? I can kind of set up a little bit of FaceTime with you and Brother Brood now so he knows you're coming. But be careful what you say to him or he'll suck you in there for good.
I'm good.
Are you sure? Because, I mean, it'll let him know that you're coming. You won't be able to make the pact with him yet or whatever. But, I mean, it'll let him know that you're coming.
Okay, sure.
Says, Lars, be ready to tackle. Are you? Lars is like, do I really need to tackle him? Can't I just give him a strong shoving? He goes, no, you better tackle him, just in case. Points to Tyrone and goes, you better get ready to tackle him too. And Tyrone just kind of perks up and gets down, like, all right. Yeah. He goes, all right. He begins throwing some different reagents into this vial and crushing it up and adding different liquids to it and stuff, and he makes this blood red little concoction. It's just in a thimble. He goes, just take a sip of that. And, yeah, just be ready.
Otis looks at it for a second and takes a
He
sip.
says, you better have a seat.
Otis takes a seat and then takes a sip.
You take a sip, you feel, and it feels like you get a coppery taste in your mouth. That's called the tears of the Styx. This is kind of a way of astral projecting. Sits down cross-legged in front of you and he starts chanting. He's like, Ana Bana Usa Gri Sonabaha. And as he's doing that, you feel yourself leaving your body. And you go floating through. It feels like time and space. I mean, it's like you're going down this tunnel, and all around you is just swirling lights and colors, and they're just fanning all around you as you go down this tunnel. It's not unlike when you go into those amusement parks and you go walking down those tunnels that are always moving and it puts you off balance a little bit. It's like that, only you're not standing on it, you're just floating through this tunnel, and when you come through, you find yourself in this, you find yourself in another reality, really, like not another reality, but another plane of existence. This plane of existence doesn't look terrible. I mean, it's pretty barren. You see, like, desecrated looking mountains in the distance, and there's sand and whatever, but it looks like there's structures here that at one point in time look like it was meant to be kind of nice. I mean, maybe whatever happened here definitely sucked, but it looks like at one point in time it might have been actually set up to have actual visitors and guests come here. And you're just kind of floating through, and you see unimaginable horrors. I mean, you see lions that look like they're on fire, that look like they're just made out of pure fire, and you see these like green skin creatures that are carrying spears, and they've got these long beards, but their beards look like they're just made out of like whips, like cat of nine tails, that you scourge people with. That looks like their beard. I mean, their beard looks like something that you could cut off and add to the end of a whip and just whack somebody across the back with it and just rape it, tear it apart. You just see all sorts of different, like, terrible looking beings, but none of them seem to take notice to you. You go floating through, and you see, eventually you come upon this one particular structure, and it looks if I may meta a little bit, it looks not unlike a Vegas casino kind of. I mean, it's got like a big old sign in front of it, and it's got like lights burning, like not light bulbs, but it's got holes where it looks like you would put a light bulb, only it's got like flame coming out of it, slight flame, not like real just menacing flame. It actually looks kind of inviting. I mean, this place looks like, and you see all kinds of manner of creatures coming in and out of this place, all you know, and you go floating into this building, and it's a pretty large building, and you actually, what you see in there is you see different kinds of devils and other manners of creature, and they're playing games. You know, they're throwing dice, they're playing cards, they're smoking cigars and drinking weird looking liquid. I mean, you even look, and as you go deeper in, you go floating past a couple of iron double doors, and you can actually hear music coming in from the other side of that, as if somebody's in there performing. And it's just the oddest thing. As you're floating through this basically place of games, you see other devils standing there, dressed up somewhat fancy, wearing, you know, vests and nice looking shirts, and with their arms crossed, and they're looking over some of the the other devils dealing cards. They're like watching the ones who are playing the cards and stuff, making, the best you can tell is they're actually making sure they're not cheating. It's the oddest thing, you know, the devils that cheat. Who knew, right? Who don't like to be cheated. You go floating in there, and you find yourself going into this box, and it is the weirdest thing. You're standing in this box, and there's other devils and different looking things. Like, you see there's a woman in there, she's got wings, she's attractive looking but deadly looking at the same time, and she's got this like blue skin, and some of them have like pinkish looking skin. They're there under the arms of these bigger looking devils who got wings as well, who just big old gnarly red scaled looking devils with horns. I mean, it's just odd, you know. And all of a sudden you see, you don't really so much feel it as much, and none of them seem to be taking notice to you, but you feel the box. You watch as the box kind of shakes that you're standing in, and then it starts moving upward. You're just standing in this box that appears to be moving up, and every once in a while it'll stop, and the sliding doors will open, and devils will exit, and other devils will come in, and then the doors will slide shut again and start moving up more, and you're just kind of like, what in the nine? Like, what in Obot High's name am I in? What is this contraption? You know? But it seems pretty handy, actually. It seems like an interesting way of getting around other than taking the stairs, as it elevates you upward. You see what I did there? So it takes you up to the very top, like, and by the time you get to the, like, just before you get to the top, because you're watching, and you see that there's numbers on this wall, and as they stop on a floor, a certain number will light up and let them know. So you see that there is 666 floors, and you go up all of them, and before you get up to the 666th floor, you're the only one standing in the elevator. And when the elevator stops, it opens up, and it's not like the other floors you've seen. Like the other floors you've seen, it looked like there were rooms with doors that people were like hallways, running T-wise as you step out. Looked like there was other doors there or something, like, and you watched people were coming in and out of the doors as if this is where they were staying.
Mm-hmm.
This floor, however, is just one big hallway, and it's got these strange-looking devils standing there, and they look real bony. They got like big heads and skinny arms and hands, and just real spindly-looking creatures. and they're standing there almost as if they're standing guard. And at the very end of this hallway here, is standing one of those bigger devils with the red scales and the big wings and the horns and the teeth. And he's just standing in front of the door, and they're all dressed up. They're all dressed up in suits and those wide brimmed hats. And this hallway itself, I mean, this place doesn't look bad. It's not like it's shabby or real gnarly looking. I mean, it looks really classy. I mean, the hall here is blood red carpeting, and the walls have, pretty fancy looking paintings of sodomy painted on them. Just different things. I mean, tastefully done. But, you hear a voice call out behind the double doors all the way at the end of the deal. It's okay. He's with me. Let him pass. And when that happens, you see the devils just kind of look at each other, kind of confused. He's like, don't worry about it, little halfling. They can't see you anyways. Come on in. He's like, Beavis, get the door. When he says that, you see the big one, the big devil just kind of open up the double doors, all confused. As you float down the hallway, you see that beyond that door, you're looking at a penthouse that's got windows lining the whole back side of it, so you can see out into the outside area. And you see that this is a classy looking room too. It's it's got some statues of things and paintings as well, and it's got this big old oak wooden desk. Sitting there at the desk, I have a picture for it. You see this big old tub of lard just sitting behind this desk. And as you enter, he goes, no need to worry. I see you. I knew you were coming. The second I heard the words chanted, I knew you were on your way. Don't worry. Because I won't keep you tethered here. Not unless you irk me a little bit. He goes, Beavis, shut the door. Shut the door. So, the devil shuts the door behind you, and he goes, I'd ask you if you want to take a seat, but you're floating. I don't even know why you took the elevator.
It was an amazing elevator, as you call it. I couldn't help myself. Never seen one before.
Yeah, can you believe it? They wanted to call it an elevation box? I said, that's retarded. It's like, call it an elevator.
I like that.
They were like, that's brilliant. And I said, I know. That's why I'm in charge. So, how are you liking it, Burnus?
It's not at all what I expected.
Well, Burnus has got, it's got one of those funny little histories to it. It's a part of the Nine Hells, but it's the top layer. It's the first level. And originally the idea behind it was we were going to open it up for all manner of riffraff to come and enjoy themselves, so a lot of us invested in it. We still get some business and clientele, but not as much as we thought we would. Especially not when Bell lost a lot at the craps table one night and decided he was gonna scorching buildings like they were going out of style. It's like the like a forest fire here for a little while, and that's saying a lot. in the nine hells. He reaches over and lights him up a cigar, but the cigar looks like a human thumb. Looks like the paper is wrapped in like human thumb or human skin. He goes, "You want one?"
Oh, no, thank you.
Says they're the finest. Come from the abyss. Because there ain't no exports coming out of the abyss anymore. Not ever since the Blood Wars started happening. Forget about it.
Well, I'll tell you what. If I ever get the chance to come back again, I'll take you up on your offer. But at the moment, I don't think I'd be able to.
He lights up the cigar. He like strikes his finger, and it lights on fire. And he lights it up. And he goes, "Oh, you'll be coming back one way or another. Question is, little man, you coming back to see me? You coming back to be Ignatius's old little piss pot? That's the question."
That's what I was actually coming here for. Was one, to apologize for just dropping in, but at the same time to, I guess, let you know that I'm coming with my with my friends.
Says, "Oh, the more the merrier." Says, "You'll find that Avernus is probably the least dangerous of all the nine hells if you know where you're going. So I'll tell you what, Ignatius has already said he's going to carve out your brain, use it to wipe his bum, and then pee in your skull. That don't sound very fun, but, you know." He takes a drag of the cigar and he goes, "But that's where I come in. See, Ignatius, the man is trying to take up territory. I can't have that. You understand? I can't have it. I won't have it. Not at all. So I'm willing to help you. If you're willing to help me. Now, you're here in an astral projection. I can't sign any contract with you in the state that you in. But when you come back, if you come back in a more tangible form, we'll talk it out. What do you say? In fact, when you come back, I'll even make sure that nobody messes with you. You and your friends, I'll comp you a room and all the best shows that you can have while you're here. I'll even mark you 50 skulls to play at the tables."
That sounds great, but I don't think it's necessary.
Of course it's necessary. Look at you. Like what? You never played at the tables? Forget about it. When you come back, little man, just know, old Brother Brood, he gonna take care of you. And then he takes a long drag of that cigar and burns it like almost down to like nothing, and his eyes kind of get like a dark crimson red, and his eyes squint real deep as he looks at you, and he puffs out this big old thick cloud of smoke, and he says, "Take care of you real good." And snaps his fingers, and you're sucked back to you feel the tether of your astral projection, of your astral form, just suck you right back to the prime material plane of Loxos. You're just sitting there, and Duncan's like looking at you, kind of tapping his fingers in your face. He's like, Otis, are you okay?"
Is he still snapping his fingers?
Yeah.
Otis is just gonna like put his hands in front of him. He's like, "Stop."
It's like, "Oh, looks like you're not gonna get to tackle him after all." Tyrone looks kind of disappointed, and Lars is like, "Oh, good."
I was gonna look at Tyrone and was like, "Yeah, I bet you are disappointed."
So Duncan says, "Well, was it a success? Did you talk to Brother Brood?"
I did, and he said me and my friends all have safe travels over there when we go back to actually make a deal.
Duncan looks at you and says, "Did you get that in writing?"
No.
As well, it would be best if you're ready to kill something. Just on the
Well,
safe side.
obviously, I mean, you can never be too careful.
Yes. Well, I will get to work on summoning up the portal here, and when I come back, you should be ready to go to the River Styx. Keep in mind, when you go to the River Styx, don't talk to any of the Yulgoths. The only Yugoloth you want to talk to is the Mariloth. He's the only one that travels the River Styx. All the others, if I may coin a phrase, all that glitters is not gold, and they are just as bad with trying to crack you deals as anything else down there. But oddly enough, the Yugoloths, they pretty much own the rights to the River Styx. Don't know why, don't know how they got it. Must be some ancient deal long forgotten in the past with somebody or something. Best I can figure, they appealed to somebody's sensibilities, but the River Styx don't just flow through the Nine, mind you. It goes through the abyss and even up to the celestial plane as well. So they're kind of they're neutral at best. Nobody bothers them, they don't bother nobody. But they will take you for everything you have if you're not careful. So don't tick them off.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, Lars just looks at Duncan and says, "Till the next time, Duncan." He goes, "Yeah. I'll get you when you come back around, if you ever do." Lars looks at you, Otis, as you guys are exiting, and he's just like, "So, you got to meet old Brother Brood, huh?
Yep.
Watch out for him. He's a gangster."
I wasn't able to tell at all.
He goes, sarcasm will only get you so far with me.
Well, you know, I gotta have some fun while I can.
Yep. Well, let's go handle this business at the Cudgel then, shall we?
No magic shop?
You want to go to a magic shop?
Magic shop?
It can wait, honestly.
Yeah, I can wait. I'll just have my dog do it.
Aww.
No.
Huh?
We can handle it next session.
I'll just have my dog enchant my weapon so that I can read.
I don't mind you going to Solstein's and Otis, you go into whatever magic shop you're headed to.
I mean, I definitely would know I was at Soul Themes, but like. Oh, guess who doesn't have a ring?
Oh, it's true.
Yeah, you don't have a ring, no.
You know, my dog
Do
would
you
probably
even know
just
who
try to
still
find them
even has
anyways
a
at
ring?
this point.
No, that won't take too long to resolve next session anyways. Like, whatever, and then we can go, everybody can meet up at Cudgel, assuming that nobody else has anything else they want to do, you know?
Alright.
Next session. I don't mind. No, I don't mind. I'll do the RPing as long as y'all want to. I don't mind doing it. You know what I'm saying?
Cool.
Well, Shiva's gonna go find some.
Android's gonna have company for no reason.
Shiva's gonna find what?
Food and some booty.
Oh, okay. We can resolve all of that next
I'm
session.
gonna pound a Sprite and say it's time for some strange.
No.
Right.
I'm scared.
Okay. Yeah, no. I think now is a good time to, it's almost 2 o'clock.
Hell yeah, man.
Yoshi went to bed already. Tyrone will be here. So it'll be fine. Yeah, we'll do the outro in a minute. But yeah, I hope everybody enjoyed this session. I actually expected us to actually get to the cudgel this session, but I'm always pleasantly surprised when you guys
No
like
avail.
to. Well, no, I'm always happy when you guys are more into the aspect of going and searching things out and talking with people and discovering things and all that. It lets me know that you guys aren't just murder hobos. Oh, when are we gonna get through this to the next fight? Next fight, next fight. Bunch of freaking edgelords. So.
Well, you gotta be edgy.
Oh yeah, I want my axe so that I can be an edgelord.
I
Right.
literally
See,
hope that
the cycle
breaks.
repeats.
Right.
I really hope it
I'm
does.
gonna
Like,
break that axe over your dumb ass when I smite you, stupid face.
bring it on, motherfucker.
Robbie himself said I got 10 on the bar. You Quill said that. That means I ain't no punk.
I'm not saying you're a punk. Now let's go get some fucking.
So, Quizzical, what'd you think?
Interesting. Very interesting. I think I may actually have decided on a character and a class for myself.
Okay.
Oh, you're gonna be joining?
Well, that's why he was checking it out to see if this was something that he'd be interested in doing and seeing if he thought this was something he would fit into and see our dynamic and see how
Oh, you wanna join?
I got your dynamic, bitch.
That's exciting.
Dynamic.
That's American.
You wake up long enough to say that?
You goddamn right. I woke up because my fucking foot fell out the cover. It was cold as a bitch, nigga.
Time for.
Yeah,
Did I hear you talking about dynamic? I got you dynamic, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Yeah, mainly wanted to listen in so that way, I could meet in. I could actually write some lore for the character that would match up, not be too out of this world or anything else like that. Basically, to make sense and join in.
I hope you enjoyed it.
That was all right.
Hope
Something's got
a what?
A little bit like tedious over time, but that's just how the game plays.
Sometimes it can, yeah. It's not so much. It's tedious for other players, but if you're the one actually doing it, it's not so tedious. You know what I mean?
I don't necessarily think it's tedious.
It's never tedious.
It might be a little bit more tedious if we were sitting there all around the table together because we just have to sit there. But I mean, you can just multitask
falling asleep.
Doing it this way.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's never tedious for me just because I've always got to come up with some things I'll get asked a question about something or something will happen that I'm like, well, I didn't think about that. Let's pull one out of the old butthole real quick.
Yeah, that's the deal. I've been having you guys on my phone, walking around a little bit, and getting a few other things done while I was listening.
I do that too.
Yeah.
I sit here and play Civ.
Yeah, it's and honestly, when it's like that, I don't mind if everybody else is doing something or other to pass the time, as long as they're paying attention enough to know, if something is cued to them or there's something that they should remember, as long as everybody can keep up with what's going on in the game, if you gotta glance at a YouTube video or something while this is going, I don't care, it doesn't bother me. Because I understand some things can run a little long, but yeah. So that's Brother Brood. You Quill's mama, Baba Agnes, aka Agnes Quill. Hope you all enjoyed them.
I like her.
She's cool. Yeah, she's cool.
I think she's cool.
Alright, Otis, you want to record that outro?
It's still going.
Alright, well, switch to the side narrative channel.
Alright.
This motherfucker, yeah, be all.
So that concludes the end of episode 2, Return to the Cudgel. Our players have returned to the Cudgel to do their formal report to initially the group that hired them to even investigate the situation in the wilds with Corlon the Rethian. They have ran into certain side quests, if you will. We met Uquill's mother, Baba Annis, aka Agnes Quill. We met Brother Brood tonight. And we are getting to see a continuation on some of these narratives. Consider this the quiet before the storm. Just over the horizon lies a threat, and it is on its way. I hope that for all who watched this tonight, enjoyed this session. And again, we will see you next week in Loxos. Good night.